Yes, I. Negusa Salam. Welcome in. Welcome in to another Thursday. Today is the 5th of June, 2025. It is wonderful to have you here with us. It is wonderful to be reaching across to the peoples around the world. And we are definitely looking forward to a wonderful evening. So right now, I will ask our chaplain to come in with the prayer to open us up for this evening. Bless you, Lord.
Yes, sir. Thanks for a new day to do better than yesterday, to fulfill our mission, bequeathed to we to the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, our aims and our objectives. At this time, I will ask the President to lead us forward in prayer in this time, if you will. Give thanks. Amen.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. We give gratitude to the Most High, come in the name of the Mother, the Father, and the Great Spirit. We're thankful for our day, thankful for our night, thankful for our families, thankful for our mission, grateful to be within the irids of the Most High because we aligned with the destiny that our people have meant to be born. Today, we give thanks for our elders who have brought us forth to prepare a way to us, to give us the tools that we need, to give us the inspiration, and to clear a path for our steps to be the next generation, to make the next step forward. And we are grateful for our comrades and our companions. We're grateful for our friends. We're grateful for our partnerships, that we may network in the kingdom given to us by those before us. And we are grateful and thankful for the future, for our children, for our generations to come. That may we be inspired by them. May we be fruitful to bring forth a bountiful harvest so that they may eat in peace, so that they may learn in peace, so that they may thrive in peace. May we be a light for them in this dark time, so that they can see that this light is a reflection of themselves, for the principles that we carry are the principles within them. So we pray that they may see this reflection through all the illusions and the falsehoods that Babylon has. May we see that energy within, that vibration within, that black light that cannot be seen, that breaks the barriers, that takes you through the seven, that brings you to the anointing. We give thanks and praise to the Most High for putting in the key of our existence and our survival from this mechanism that has been built around us to be within us. That maybe we be never without because we are within. So we give thanks and praise to the Most High, grateful to all ancestors known and unknown, grateful for all things that have been done to set us in this path, for gratefulness, and grateful for the ability to uphold the responsibility of righteousness, because nothing is more important than the baby being fed to make sure the generation is put forth. More life, more love. So we give thanks and praise. I am that I am love, I am life, I am light, I am liberation. I am that I am love, I am life, I am light, I am liberation. And we give thanks in the name of the Most High, Christ in his kingly character, the millennial man of the world, Negus Senegas, Nathaniel Lam, Exhibir, Zim Exhibir, Haile Selassie, the first. We give thanks and praise. Sila. Amen. Ashe.
Sila, Sila, Sila.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So give thanks, welcome in. Um, it is another wonderful evening. We're going to have a great topic. We're picking up on some things that we have going on with the Ghana land development. And then also we're going in to some good gems that bring us more into a solidarity to see the differences being wiped away to make way for the unity that is within us. We have a topic dealing with Balaam and the truth about Balaam and the misconception and the things that bring division. We're going to stamp on those tonight and bring people to a consensus to overstand the literature and how it functions and how we can cognitively and comprehensively overstand what happened, how it happened, and how we got to this point, and therefore how we overstand the whole reasoning. So we give thanks for that. Few things we got going on. We have some events coming up. Just like I said last strong, we got a few events. On the 14th, we have an event happening in the Savannah area. This is the Savannah Black Market event. It's going to be the Georgetown Neighborhood Cookout, and it's going to be in Savannah. We got vendor spots still open. It's a community event. I'm looking forward to having this thing every month for the rest of the summer. So just keep on a lookout for that. If you want to know anything about that, you can check out our Instagram page, Local 49 Media. And then also check out Savannah Black Market, also on Instagram as well, for more details as to how you can be a vendor, how you can support, or how you can show up to have a good time. This is the Savannah area, Lower Georgia. If you're in the area, Saturday, June 14th. Next thing we have on here, we have a raffle to go to South Africa, Azania. That is over in Cape Town. We're having our convention this year, and we're also having a great health summit this year. And we have speakers such as Dr. Omar Johnson that'll be over there in South Africa this year. So definitely look out for that. That raffle ticket, just $50. You can put forth to help support the cause. And the prizes for them, one is a ticket to South Africa, and the second is a 150 $1,500 as the results for that. So put it out there, give it out there. Anybody looking towards, a historic moment, this is a great deal to check out. South Africa is a beautiful country, lots of beautiful places. The weather will be interesting because it is wintertime around that time, but I'm hearing the weather is going to be dry, a dry winter. So definitely check that out. Next thing we do, we have the Exodus project. That Exodus project, we are working on building up a event in Harlem, New York. Looking forward to that. This is our fundraising efforts for our repatriation and reparation efforts towards Ghana, Shashamani, and other places on the continent, but mostly focusing on Ghana right now because we have a wonderful setup gifted to us by the northern region with the Boa people. So definitely check it out. You'll get some more information on that coming up pretty soon. Next thing, we have the Shea Butter Initiative. Shea Butter, Shea Butter. We have a shipment coming up, so definitely check that out if you want to be put onto the list for recipients of that to get that wholesale. Great deal with the Shea Butter straight from Ghana. We're looking to strengthen those ties even better and better. Great product. Lots of beauty products you can make from it, skin products, even eating it as well. It's edible. If you look up the research on it and the benefits, lots of benefits for you, your whole family, everybody. Next, we got Temple Building, book number 10 by Minister Russ Lazarus. And this is a very important book right here. This is a envelopment envelopment of what we're doing right now with our story. So very, very interested. Check it out on Amazon. All of the Temple Building books on Amazon as well by Minister Russ Lazarus. Very key. We also have Conscious Hip Hop Night on the 7th. That is on this Saturday on the 7th in South Carolina. The Black Moses Festival is happening. So definitely check that out. Definitely check that out. It's gonna have some conscious hip hop nights. If anybody wanna check out something that's fun, getting up these summer activities before Juneteenth, one of them is right here. Conscious Night, hip hop night over in South Carolina with our Southern Advanced Water No Tap, great musician. Also, we have our t-shirts at L49 Tees that printify. We have these for support for our story and also support for the movement to make a positive outlook with the visual introspect that we have influenced the culture with our t-shirts every day, being a billboard. So let's be a billboard for our culture and push forward some beautiful things to remind us and also show some support for our local and such. All right, so that's a bit of the updates. We got some more things coming up. We'll have some new things on the board next strong. But yes, let's start the lecture. We got Minister Last with a great lecture this evening, and looking forward to it. So yes, I give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks. Give thanks. Blessed love. Hope everyone is feeling fine. You know, tonight we're not gonna be long, but we're gonna be strong. Many people have stated over and over and over again self-determination. And one of the biggest things besides that in the Rastafari community and most Pan-African movements is the repatriation efforts. But when we say repatriation efforts, you just heard our President Ross Kimian uh, explain it in two ways. He spoke about shea butter and he spoke about some other things. When we say repatriation, we're not just talking about a trip back to the land. Uh, when we say reparations, we say to repair or to restore a nation. Our chaplain, Ras Amdi, loves to stress that people skip repatriations or the reparations aspects and not really understanding repatriation is speaking of a gift from the male ancestral. When we start to discuss this, we enter into a realm of today where the questions have risen, where there are those who say they are not from Africa, they don't have nothing to do with that. That's all right in itself, you know. Um, it's not a debate over that. But when we speak of repatriations, our mindsets is on the simplicity of just the travel and not the repatriation back to our greatness, not the repatriation back to our position in trade routes. We have to think of repatriation in the complete aspect of repairing a nation. Don't separate them. Because if you separate them, you get into a one set mindset, almost an individual travel. So many rosters did an individual travel, and they're struggling today in Africa. No foundational blueprint was really established on a level to repair a nation. See, we cannot repatriate on an individual dream of, I made it to my father's land. I'm a real roster. So it was a challenge to some. It was a defining, it was this and that. It was a hodge to some. But it was not repairing a nation. So when we get to repairing a nation and repatriating back, like Sankofa, to that greatness, to that oneness, to that strength. Because we don't just say we repatriate back to a land, not the people who were on 3 continents. So we cannot simply define it on the terms of European conquest. It has to be defined on the terms of our restoration. And our restoration includes the truth of our story. So if we try to exit a certain component of our story, we lose a component of our people due to indifferences or definitions of where they're from. So in our endeavors to find the points of allegiance that would allow us to build on a solidarity for the restoration, the reparation of the nation, certain terminology is used to exit the division and find more ways to bring the unity. One of the things is we speak in the customary laws, and you'll hear me stress our tribe is Kush, our nationality is Ethiopian. We are of the Ethiopian Empire, or the Empire of Ethiopia. Our tribe is Kush. So we use the terminology Kush in the overstanding that Kush is equal to Ethiopian. Then we're able to take all of our ancestral ancient Ethiopian Kushite history and find the components of oneness, where we can tag into Islam, we can tag into Christianity, we can tag into Kemet, we can tag into Asia, we can tag into the Americas, we can tag into India. Now, Kush allows us a strategy for solidarity. Now, if you're a Kushite, you could be Muslim, Christian, or whatever you is. That's where the Kushite Empire developed and built certain things. So you're not kind of caught up on your faith. Now, we'll study to show components of how the European use the faith to mask our history. So we'll uncover those things. And when we uncover them, we're uncovering them because it's woven into our truth, our story. And that is important. So when we say repatriations, reparations, today we're speaking about the kingdom of Boer, the Gonja region, South Africa, Ethiopia. When we speak of the kingdom of Boer, in which we're working with, there was the offering of 4,000 acres, and we had to decline, saying we weren't prepared to deal with that many acres. Now, the psychology behind that is we hadn't built the membership, we hadn't built the following to push a big project of that level. So we had to break it down to 14 to 1,500 acres. Now, as we push to develop this, there are keys to where we seem to make this take a position that would allow us to flow with it and not get caught up in indifferences or inner political politics that's in the EWF and so forth. So we found locals that were willing to do a partnership together. Each local in the Ethiopian World Federation, they hold an autonomous nature, meaning each local is a state in its own. It's its own government. Now we all, under the Constitution, we come together around the central executive council, but the central executive council is made up of multiple different local members. So that's all of the locals just coming together to properly govern the nation in a oneness. So in that process, we found locals that were willing to work and work together. Local 5, the VI, which Dr. Umar is a member of. I don't know how many people know Dr. Umar is a member of the Ethiopian World Federation, but he is a member of Local 5. Local 26, our Honorable President, Dr. Wimborne, is a member of Local 26. Sister Sadie and President Sister Sadie is the president of Local 26. Local 119, Local 30, and Local 49. Now, we have set on a mission to accomplish not an individual feat, not even a group feat, but to accomplish laying the infrastructure for the restoration of our power as a nation. Now, the Ethiopian World Federation, yeah, we're organized as a governmental body and we're scattered abroad in the diaspora and we're building to create our centralized authority in our movements. But we are a nation or a government that has not even entered into what you can consider the movement of world affairs. But yet, all of our members are scattered around the world, so we're keenly involved in world affairs. But yet we have no power in world affairs, as it seems. So when we speak of Ghana and repatriation, and we say we're repatriating back to our greatness, it's not just we're going to go to Ghana and jump in a hut and live there and don't look around no more and just stay there. No, that's not the goal. That's not going to free us from the oppressor. That's not going to challenge the immorality that is in international dealings. You know, His Majesty, as we spoke last week, told us to not leave one of those stones unturned. We got to go to every one of them. So when we speak of Ghana, we're speaking of a strategy to return to our power, to become a people of land with land, to develop agriculture, to end into beginning developing of trade, import, export. Now, there are things going on in Ghana, and Ghana needs certain developments to assist itself. Ethiopia is the same way. South Africa is the same. All throughout Africa is the same way. So where does that bring us? That brings us right to the stage where His Imperial Majesty called I and I to come back to Africa and help develop Africa. Called us to our nationality under Ethiopia because we were placed in the 1930 Constitution, offering of housing, jobs, and so forth. But the call was to come back to help Africa develop, to be a successful operation of governments and trade and business. And His Majesty called us on this mission. It took off in the United States. Leonard Howell witnessed to it. Our brothers were murdered and killed in Chicago, fighting, standing on it. The movement as adjusting to Ethiopia is our true citizenship, that we are Ethiopians, and not that we were satisfied with living in our colonial existence with just having His Majesty as a religion, just having Rastafari as a religion. Wasn't the goal in the beginning. They were speaking in nation building development. We're talking about we, the Black peoples of the world, becoming citizens of Ethiopia, of the Empire of Ethiopia. And then the story turns. The CIA gets in. Our chaplain likes to always go over how the CIA went down in Jamaica and actually was interviewing and asking people What do you know about His Majesty? What do you believe in? Now, as long as we spoke religion and we weren't, and we weren't speaking in the emancipating of ourselves by the king, by accepting the king's offer, by moving in the king's, as long as we weren't speaking in citizenship and all of that, and we were just saying we have the right to believe in His Majesty and have our herb, we was good. CIA was good. They haven't mentally repatriated. I don't think you heard what I said. They haven't mentally repatriated. So when we speak about repatriation, it's first in our mind. I remember, I don't know what rapper said it. Rapper said, I eat, sleep, and talk rap. Eat, sleep, and talk rap. I think that's how he said it. You got to eat, sleep, and talk liberation, emancipation. Mm. And so, as we see, we're back in the cycle to where we were at before. So let's go back to this. His Imperial Majesty started the repatriation program in 1919, going all the way to what it was, 1924. 2019, they said it was the Back to Africa. What were they calling 2019? The year of return. So it came all the way back around 100 years later, that same spirit. The year of return, 2019. And they shut the world down. And they shut the world down. Cycles, energy, star, mathematics, numerology, all of these things point to things for you. Year of return 2019. And I believe it was 1921. His Majesty stated that he had perfected the repatriation process, jobs, housing, car. So that stage went, they ran it off the road. Because that stage started before the World War, before Italy's invasion. So that repatriated effort that began in that, the world events that happened after that, to stop that. So Ethiopian World Federation in 1935, through what it was 37, no, 38, raised 8 million signatures. Solidarity. The spirit of the people wanted to escape their oppressor. It wasn't a question if America was an oppressive nation or oppressive government against us. It wasn't a question if we were living under racism. There wasn't a question that if you went in the wrong town, you would be sundown, you would be hung. There wasn't a question that we had to have allegiance together to survive. Black people knew they had to walk in groups to survive. So we knew we had to organize. It wasn't a question. It wasn't a question. And they changed. They attacked the sovereign authority that Black Jews, Black Muslims, Black Christians, Black people had solidarity rallied around. Now, prior to the rallying around for war, 1919 to 24, His Majesty pushed for our return. But not just return, but our return to help in the development and the moving forward of Africa. Not to come back as just sightseers or spiritual Hajj, but for the restoration of the nation. For the restoration of the nation. So today, we are back to a position to develop for the restoration of the nation. So we call on our brothers, our sisters that say they are for the restoration of the nation. And we say, look, we have to have the power of trade, economics to build our sustainability. We have to have an area or land or place that we can raise our children outside of an oppressive environment that will condense them back into mind frames that limit their view from emancipating themselves from this system. So here we are, right here again. Opportunities to develop jobs, bring infrastructure that would benefit us all. The king of Bua, now open up this. Did I do it? No. The king of Bua. Let's get here. Hmm. Kingdom of Bua. So as you see here on the map, the Kingdom of Bua, and it is part of what you call the Zini Kingdom. But sorry, there are surrounding areas around this middle area.
Minister Laz, you are frozen if you can hear us. Your screen is frozen.
I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. So again, when we speak of this in Ghana, it's not just us saying we're repatriating. There's the development for data centers. Biggest one of the growing businesses in the world right now. Why? Digital, online, blockchain, everything. We have to see ourselves with the ability to take natural minerals and create technology.
Yes.
We have to not see, because a lot of people think it's just like white people think. They want to go into Africa and they want to extract, but they want to take this stuff into laboratories and they're going to build stuff. and they're going to use it to do other stuff. We have to be developing productions and so forth to do those same things. We have to get our children and set them on the mission of going to get educated so that you can assist in this. We don't need to be just getting our children and make them play sports so that they can play sports. Now we need scientists to aid and assist in these developments. We have to think on this level. We have to build on this level because we are building to repair a nation. We're building to create a trade and all of these things so that we can empower more of our people to help them free themselves from oppression. Now, there are things I want to speak on in that level, but I don't know if I can because of our articles. For the Ethiopian World Federation on sharing certain information. Um, but hold on, let me go back. I can do this. Um, this is His Excellency King Bull of the Bura. But I'm going to open this up because I want you to see this. Well, we could do this. So this is His Excellency. He's come here. He's met with our president. He's met with myself. Um, these are the royal lineages in Ghana, the Kingdom of Bua. So all of these royalties or representatives from different councils from different regions. As you looked on that map, you had the Zini region, the Niatora regions, you got surrounding regions, and each one of those regions have a chief. They have representatives that come to what they call the Council of Elders. They signed off for us to repatriate. They believe that we have the right to come back to the land. They don't believe we should be going through all kind of things to return to the land. That's the difference in the kingdoms and queendoms. That's their difference between the government. Government still follows, not putting the governments down because many of them are now operating in allegiance with the royal families. But there still are the ties to neo-colonial aspects that run the operation. So the goal has been to restore back to the customary rights and so forth. But even the kingdoms and the queendoms, they are limited in their aspect of expression because they have been shunned out of many developments. They've been shunned out of business aspects. The Europeans have put puppets in place to control certain aspects. The kingdoms did not go to governments to register their operations because they own their operations. So why would they go back and register? So many of the kingdoms were blocked out of business. They've been blocked out of business trades. They've been blocked out of developments that they could have took part or guided in, but they weren't. But now, guess what? They have the natural resources. They're the owners of the land. And they want to partner with us. They're tired of having to do a business with outside European influence who have paid off government officials that have a certain power in their area, but yet they do not have no interest in the developments of the area. They will come in there, build a mine, extract all of the things out of there, build one road or road that goes straight to their mine and run out. The villages won't have no roads, no lights, no nothing. They won't do no corporate responsibility and developments, but this is where we come in. See, we're not them, and we are part of Africa. We want to see Africa develop. We want to see the schools, the roads, the hospitals. We wanted to see it as the land of freedom. We want to see it prosper and be in its wealth. And we know that the wealth of Africa will help us free ourselves from our oppressor. The wealth of Africa will show us how to take our wealth and turn it into billions. Europeans travel over to Africa and they turn their basic wealth into millions, into billions. How did they do that? What are they doing? But then they come back and orchestrate their self over us in a superiority form. Everybody we witness to, from the Jews to the Chinese to the Japanese, they're empowered because at their main homeland, they have infrastructures of development from import, export, allows them to take a position in the economics or the international economics of the world. Until we play a position in that, until we get us a strategic position to put ourselves in a position for that, then we're not steering in power. So we're not going back into Africa on a repatriation effort without setting up the infrastructure for power. This is what we're calling you to join us in. To set up the infrastructure of power, it requires us to become one in many ways. We need assistance on many things. But the return on what we're going to do, the return. We asking people not invest just money. We're talking about you got talents, you got gifts, you've got skills, you got vision, you've got creative vision. We just spoke with one of our brothers the other day. He says he does tree cutting and roofing and other works. And I said, well, brother, we gonna need that. We need brothers like you right now to help us start doing training programs so that we can train our people for certain things, give them certificates. Yes, EWF certificates. And the more people who have EWF certificates and they go to try to, if you go to get a job somewhere and you present that you've been trained by the EWF, and the more people that use those certificates and jobs keep saying, man, every time I hire somebody with one of these certificates, they be good, they do good job. I hire them people any day. So now our education or training programs, they give value to our people. These are the things that we have to create. This is how we put our people in jobs. This is how we get our people everywhere we need them to be. We train them, we prepare them, and we don't just train them one way. We give them a plan of solidarity, strategic measures that they're a part of by accomplishing their goal. So now they have purpose in their life to accomplish this goal. They're not driven by just, oh, if I do this, I could get a job. No, we need you. You're part of our strategy. See, everyone counts. Everyone's value is the same in the works. So we're calling everyone, anyone who wants to come in with money, who wants to come in with skills of trade, who want to take these skills of trade to Africa, help us build in that, who want to be part of training our people to prepare them for certain things in Africa. These are the benefits. These are jobs. Now, let's go one step further in this.
The Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated's Repatriation and Reparations Commission would like to introduce to you our groundbreaking repatriation initiative, which encompasses over 1,300 acres of land in Bariwa, Ghana, aligned with the land gift to Black peoples of the world by Her Royal Highness King Kuro Beche Noi Banani II, President of the United Traditional Rulers Association and Vice President of Buwa, Zini, Traditional Council. Ghana has a population of 31 million people. The Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated embraces this land gift. As we prepare to extend our association across Africa starting, first, Ethiopia, Ghana, Liberia and many other countries in the United States of Africa. The vision. This visionary repatriation project integrates smart cities powered by extensive solar infrastructure and an expansive agricultural program with the Ghanaian community. It will leverage the diaspora's management and training expertise, remittances, social media, and global influence. The Ethiopian World Federation's Repatriation and Reparation Commission aims to establish a sustainable, self-reliant and integrated community that empowers Africa's youth, fosters economic stability and growth. All of this will benefit Federation members and the local Ghanaian community.
The Ethiopian World Federation, Incorporated's Repatriation and Reparation Commission would like to introduce to you the Ghana Land Project overview. Our goal is to acquire at least 1,300 acres of land. There will be one central community with 12 100-acre communities surrounding it. Each community local will be afforded the following amenities. 1. 10 acres of farmland, each local cultivating different products to trade with the surrounding communities. 2. Smart city development, 3 community hospital, 4 schools and educational complex, 5 industrial factory buildings for manufacturing. 6 housing and apartment complexes, 7 management administration security department, 8 business centers. 9 green spaces, 10 waste and recycling, 11 fueling station, 12 arts and entertainment.
So I hope you enjoyed that brief little video on it. And the key is your government, the Ethiopian World Federation, creates the opportunities, protects you with the collective security, and builds the infrastructure to allow you to create your prosperity and build for the happiness of you and your family. So when we speak about these repatriation efforts, we're calling on our members, we're calling on others because the Ethiopian World Federation, yes, we build a structure of order to take this position, but we need our people. You know, in the United States government, it doesn't own the electric company. It contracts with the electric company to supply it to its people. In the United States, it does not own any of the real infrastructural businesses. And when it doesn't own the infrastructural businesses, its members or citizens are the owners of the infrastructural businesses that it contracts with. So if we are talking about these developments, we need a foreign, where when you say import export, the EWF sets up what's called a foreign trade zone. All right. So our foreign trade zone is established. Well, that's where we go through our own customs, put it that way. So our foreign trade zone would be attached to the foreign trade zone of the Lakota tribe here in America. And so now we have the ability to do trade and import and export. And so the government, the Ethiopian World Federation, builds or sets that up. But it's the people that have to import and export. It's our people's businesses that have to come and say, I'm doing this. So now we put them under the FTZ to do their shipping. It's the government can do the same thing. They can buy and import and export, but then they would still be providing it to their people in some form. So when we're calling the people to repatriations into these levels, we need everyone to come forth. That way, then we're able to assess the land, figure out things because it's abundance of land. So let's say you got a local and they've got 200 people and their 200 people decide, oh, look, each one of us going to put 1,000 in right now. And they come up with $200,000. Well, we go ahead and let them go ahead and get more than their like we said, pretty much letting everyone get about 10 to 20 acres or something like that. But then we would have to set up a particular development and say, okay, well, this local, you group of people, you just created $200,000. What do you want to develop or do? Are you looking for housing? What do you want to do in this infrastructure? Let's say they decide they want to do a logistics company because they've realized that logistics, transportation, or transporting goods from the south to the north or from the north to the south is needed in Ghana. So they decide, well, we're going to take that and we're going to buy buses and we're going to buy some other stuff. So when they buy other stuff, then that's when now, we help them register to the Ghanaian government that they are part of the Ethiopian World Federation. They've set up their business, so forth. Now, there are essence to that. A business in Ghana has to have a citizen attached to it in some form. So we're not going into Ghana like Europeans. We're going in there to partner with the kingdoms and queendoms with the king. So we would have to find maybe people in the Ghanaian community might say someone's already doing some essence of that. Let's partner with it. You give them a percentage up to, I think it's 10%. They have to own at least 10% into the company or more. for it to have representation of indigenous person. So when we set these things up, we have to get our people educated into doing it. Now, the next stage of this conversation before we go into the Balam with Ghana is opportunity. Do we understand or overstand the opportunity that Ghana and that Africa provides to us? Ethiopia has coffee. One of the biggest businesses in the world we see is Starbucks. You see a coffee shop on every corner. I can go in the average city, and before I can go past 5 blocks, I've already went past at least 4 coffee shops. Ethiopia has coffee. Jamaica has coffee. The Rastafari brothers and sisters repatriated to Ethiopia years now. We should have major coffee businesses. We should be training on how to take part on these major levels. We need our members to come in. We need the people who want to take part in this. Remember, you don't have to be a member of the Ethiopian World Federation to take part in this. You have to be a black person now, what we count or consider as we, the black peoples of the world, because everything we do is for us as a collective. Um, And I'm sorry because I'm trying not to read from our official documents because I don't want no one to say that we're putting our business out there in a certain level. But we have to put our business out there on a certain level to allow the people to say they want to take part in it. Um, Even if everyone makes sure that they buy or purchase their Ethiopian World Federation ID. This is an official ID, as you can already see. There's the 3D imagery in there, right? You have the 2 photos, which are required to be considered an official ID. And there is a barcoding that allows any officials to scan it. It will go straight to our website. In there, they will be given the following quotations from 22 USC 252, which declares public minister. Public minister has a standing as a diplomatic standings, or as a consulate or a consular. So we train our members to operate in their official capacity. Purchasing of the ID is your protection, but also it provides funding to the Ethiopian World Federation so that we can complete the projects, that we can complete the registrations of all the lands, we can pay the all of the fees for the plot fees because we have to plot the land out. And that way, then after we plot everything out, we can tell you how much it would cost to buy 2 plots, 3 plots, 4 plots, and you can come in with your business idea. We can help determine where you would best fit in the lands or where the lands. You might need to be near a water supply. You might need to be somewhere else. These things we can determine. But now we need people to see the value in what's being done and say, look, I need to take part in this. I need to help this. This is going to bring the restoration of our nation, the restoration as we, the Black peoples of the world. This is going to help us get to a position of empowerment. This is going to help us be able to take part in world affairs. How is this going to make us take part in world affairs, Lazarus? What is this? I mean, we could be farmers. They got farmers already in Africa. What's the difference? No, because we're not going in just to be farmers. We're going in to take a position into the import, the export, and into what you call most of all of the free trade in Africa is big business goes from oil, gold, thorium, iridium, platinum, silver, iron ore, South Africa. You've got so much that is there. So much is there that we have to get involved into, and they're waiting for us to get involved. They're willing to work with us to get involved. You take, for instance, the Shea Butter Initiative. We stress this over and over that as a member, the Shea Butter Initiative, because you're a member, this benefit belongs to you. So the EWF has been given a wholesale price from the Kingdom of Boer, which allows us to purchase shea butter at a level to allow us to sell to other people at a level and make our money. So let's look at it two ways, and I try to always explain this to everyone, is you have access to the king, you have access to the village and so forth for preparing it. And each one of us is in different cities where there are hair supplies, beauty supply stores, factories, companies that are doing certain developments. Well, you're a member. Let's say you go talk to this company that you have access of major amount of shea butter. You can deliver anything. If they say 20,000 kgs, we know that's 40,000 pounds. 40,000 pounds. All right. So you're talking about a $90,000, $100,000 purchase, right? So let's say you're there, you talk to the King of Bua, the people say they want something that level. The price we have now would go down at least $1, maybe 50 cents to the least, or 25 cents, because you've got a major price. I mean, a major purchaser. Now you place that 50 cent or 25 cent on there. And if it's decent, if the king and them would turn around and say they cut the price down $1, you could put that dollar right back on there.
Mm-hmm.
And you go to the major company and you make that transaction, you set it up, you get everything, you get the shipping from the kingdom set up, and guess what? You just made $90,000. You just made $90,000 because you're a member and you have access to a natural resource that's in Africa that you can facilitate a wholesale. And you make your commission off of it. Now you have that power with shea butter, mangoes, cashew, diamonds, gold. You know how people in the street say, man, I want to get the plug. I want to get the Chapo. I want to get the Chapo so I could get to the plug. Africa's the plug. Africa's the plug. Now, middleman, cap. That's what they say, ain't it? Oh, you just capped on something. Yeah, I'm trying to cap. Now, cap for real. So all of a sudden, you found this hair supply company that wants to buy 40,000 kilograms, which is 80,000 pounds, and they're gonna 80,000 pounds of shea butter, and they're gonna buy this every month. All of a sudden, you making $80,000, $90,000 a month, and you ain't did nothing. You ain't went and picked the shea butter. You ain't fixed the shea butter. You ain't did nothing. You put into a position of power that could change your life. You got to take initiative. You got to see it. You got to have the vision to make it happen, to build the relationships, set the networks. And now imagine you got 100 people in an organization that's all doing something of this nature. And you got 100 people all making $800,000 a year. Now, what else can they come back and put funds in and keep building? To build for power. So you have to see it. Your hand is right there on your better tomorrow. But you got to take the initiative. You got to come on into the repatriations group. You got to come on into the EWF. And you got to come on and take part. Then we can talk more into details on how we can facilitate and do these things. You know, that's the importance right now, is the restoration of the nation. But we're not just repatriating back to land. We are repatriating back to our greatness, back to being involved in world affairs, back to taking position of control and power in our lives that will allow us to give power and sustainability to the next 7 generations. That's what we're building for. But you got to see it. You got to see it. You got to train yourself to make it happen. Europeans train themselves to make it happen. We got to do the same. The opportunity is before us. Africa's opened its doors to us. They have said, come on, you children of the King of Kings. They said, come on, you black people. Come on back home. Take the position of power. All these Europeans have come into Africa, made themselves millionaires and billionaires. Y'all come do this and take the position of power now. And let's build the green cities. Let's build the homes that don't have mold. Let's stop building based on European standards and build on our spiritual and our divine health codes that we know, things that are in centric with our nature. We have the chance to build new. America, they're crumbling. The UK, they're crumbling. France, they're crumbling. Paris is a trash hole. United States got so many junky scraps and so much they're perishing that they have to burn the cities down so that they could try to make a green city. There is Africa right there. We ain't got to go burn nothing down. We can go grow our hemp, set up our 3D printers, and build our homes. I don't know, man. Ain't nobody talking to me. I must be talking about nothing. I don't know. Am I talking about something? Does anybody hear me? Does anybody have a question? Does somebody have a dream? Do they feel what's being said? I'm open the floor. Talk back to me. Floor is open. Floor is open. Floor is open. We are not just repatriating back to a land. We are developing a strategy of power. We are repairing the nation. We are repatriating back to our greatness. We need to develop our minds for this greatness, and we need the people to come, get involved, take initiative. The opportunities are before you. The opportunities are before you. Floor is open. Floor is open. We're not going to stay here too much longer. We're going to go right on into the next topic. So if you got something to say on this, go ahead before we change the subject. Give thanks. Floor is open.
Yes, family, give thanks. Rastafari, Karamari, Ali Selassie, Nigusa Salam. Yeah, one thing that I always, it kind of, when I listen to these inspirational, it's very inspirational how the talks, But one thing, because I've actually tried to what you mentioned in the first place, to repatriate, and it's not an individual thing. It needs to be a national, or it needs to be a people of a nation going in on mass, or with a structure.
Yes,
But
yes. Go ahead.
what always bothers me, I mean, it kind of I feel kind of not depleted, but frustrated is because we can't do nothing without the money. And to find people who have money,
But
especially like,
pull up, Cypher. But we
yeah,
did. But we did. We didn't. We didn't spend the money for the land. We didn't spend the money for the opportunity to make money with them. That's relationship. That's networking. That's love for our brother to sister to sister. Africa has called us home. We're talking about the king has set up for us. The council has voted for us to receive the land. We didn't spend no money.
that's not what I was saying. That,
All right.
if I
Go ahead. Go
can,
ahead.
I, yeah, sorry, yeah, I know to obtain the land is fine. That isn't the issue, but to develop the land now, to develop these programs is the issue. Unless we can find people who have the money, who are prepared to invest, and to make it happen. Because this is always the problem. Everything that we try and do, if we don't have the money, how are we going to do it? And it's a kind of frustrating for me to even say it. It's not that I'm trying to be negative at all, because
But you didn't
I've
hear.
actually tried.
Hold up, Sarah. You didn't hear me. You didn't hear me. I'm gonna say it again, and I'm gonna say we are repatriating back to our greatness.
Mm,
So when you heard me say we have access to the shea butter, before you try to repatriate back, let's sell some shea butter,
mm,
and then we make the money. Before you try to repatriate back, let's just call the king. Hey, king, how much cashews y'all got down? How much mangoes? All right, this company here, they make mango juice. Let me see if I can sell some of these mangoes we got down here. And you making money. Okay, somebody got gold in Ghana. Let me see if I can find somebody want to buy some of this gold. Now you making money.
mm.
You don't have to beg for it. The opportunities are there. Do you know how to use them? See, Africa's not calling you back just come there and struggle. Africa called you back to partake in the greatness of rebuilding it. Can you have the vision to see how to do that? See, now let's say if I take a company in Africa and they say they want to buy $50 million worth of gold, do I let them just buy the gold and leave? No. If we bring you in Africa and you're able to buy some natural resources, we have what's called corporate responsibility. Meaning, if you are able to buy out of here and make money from what you buy it, we expect you to give back to the community, build a road, put some lights up, do some things. So every time if we make a deal with someone and we get development in, then we've developed off of the deals, not out our pocket. But we have to have the vision of this. We have to study Africa for this. We have to look at what's going. We have to study business for this. We have to look how these Europeans going into Africa and getting rich. Why are we going to Africa and stay poor? That don't make no sense. So how can they go in there and get rich? How can the Chinese, broke Chinese, go there and come back out rich? But the black go there and they just struggle. Man, I'm gonna have to call somebody from the West, send me some money. The Chinese just shipped 100 different things home. But the blacks that's there, we poor. We poor. Y'all got to help us. Y'all got the money. How we got the money? Y'all got the money in the United States and the UK. We poor here. We struggling. But the white person just came there. He just left out with $1 million. The Chinese just came there. He became a billionaire. What are they thinking about that you're not? What are they educating themselves to do that you're not?
Right.
Why you can't do what they're doing?
Mm-hmm.
So we don't go with the educational mind of development. We go, well, I'm here. Somebody, it got to be, well, the miracle should happen. I went to the Holy Land. I stepped in the Holy Land. The miracle should come. I ain't worried about y'all gonna bless me. Faith without works is dead. Faith without works is dead.
Mm-hmm.
What have you worked in development in your mind, or did you just work the faith? But have you developed something for it? When you go to Africa, you say, what do y'all need? How can we do this? What's up? We've seen letters from Shashamani where Ethiopia sent a letter out to the Rasta community asking them to get involved in the development of the roads that were coming through. The Rasta community did not respond to these people for 8 years. That ain't what His Majesty call you there for? To stand on privilege and entitlement? Oh, His Majesty sent us here. We don't have to answer to no one. That ain't what His Majesty sent you there. He sent you there to rebuild, restore the nation. Not find your entitlement position, but to restore the nation. So that required us to go in there thinking like architects. Not religious fanatics. That's how Ethiopia sees us. Because we didn't go there building. We didn't have the developmental plan. So now what we're talking about is repatriating back to our greatness. Strategically developing so that we don't go in as individuals who end up suffering and not getting the things done and then giving up. And when that person gives up, another person who was thinking about it said, man, Ross Cypher, he really, he saved money for a minute and he went and it didn't work out too good. I don't think I'm gonna try that, man. So now people give up. But when we organize in a collective manner to create the circular economy around each other that gives and aids the support, and then we figure the ways of new developments, how they help us develop, this is the key now. So now we have to say, okay, Brother Laz, you're right, man. I'm about to study these Chinese. I'm about to see what they doing, how they getting the stuff out the country, who they selling it to, how they selling it, what they selling it for, so we could figure out how to do it. I'm gonna go down here and talk to all of the iron miners who are mining iron and figure out how I can get out there and set up a contract with them that I can come collect iron from them and sell to people, or all these people with all of these cashews. I'm gonna find out how I can get with them and we can make cashew milk, cashew ice cream, cashew skincare, cashew whatever. It's a chemical in cashews that restore teeth. So you hear everybody now talking about how they got this new toothpaste and get away from the fluoride. The chemicals in the cashew. I don't know how many of y'all knew that. But it's in the cashew. So now we had to think, oh shoot, I need to find one of these business companies that's producing this stuff, so I could tell them I got some people in Ghana. I could get you some. Might could sell you the cashews. So now you got to contact the king in Ghana and say, hey, how much the cashews going for? Now you got to get a price list to figure it out. Boom, develop your price list. Go back, put it on paper. Boom, go back to them. Boom, set up the middle deal. Set up cap. Make that 100,000. Now you got 100,000. Now you could take 50,000 towards your developments in Africa. Find somebody to partner with and put it in a strategic development so that when you do go to Africa, you got something going. And then you already know we got the land, so you can do it right there on the land. So then you just register the land. You had to pay for it. I mean, you're going to pay something on it to the EWF for facilitating the administrating of development or getting the land in place. Because see, still we are working, and I'm going to say this. I don't like to say it out loud, but I mean, didn't want to say it in public. I will go ahead and say we are working with the company to do major solar power, water, atmospheric water infrastructures, and so forth, so that our people, when we build houses or build our businesses, because right now Ghana doesn't have enough grid power for the people that's there. They don't have enough grid power for the people that's there. They don't have enough housing. I think Ghana was like I think Ghana was something like 1 point, shoot, I can't remember the numbers. I don't want to say it wrong. Something like they were so many million off from enough housing for the people that they have there. Not talking about repatriates. Then in Nigeria, they were something like, oh man, I think they were like 15 million or something like that. I'm trying to remember these numbers. I might be thinking it in my head wrong. It might have been 1.5 million for Nigeria and something like 500,000 or 1 million homes for Ghana that they were short for the people that they have there, not the repatriates. So these areas, Ethiopia, Ghana, South Africa, all of them need infrastructure support. So what's infrastructure building? See, so now you got to talk to the governments that are there and figure out the contracts to help develop for the infrastructure. Now you got to go talk to the companies that do certain businesses, solar power and so forth, and you're setting it up for that. This is what the members do who have to take initiative so that when we make these moves, we're strategically in a position to give sustainability to the next 7 generations. The opportunity is there. How we structure our mind. Are we repatriating just to some land? Or are we repatriating in our mind to our greatness so that we educate ourselves to fulfill the mission? Not just hope that the mission magically solves itself. It's not going to do it. It's not going to do it. So I've given out some terminology on go study this, go figure these things out. It's not as hard as you think. Not today. Somebody said, well, I had to go to college and learn all of that and figure this out. I don't know if I could do it. I came out of prison. I did not go to college for this stuff. I did 14 years in prison and studied. Came home and decided that I needed to learn. I pushed it. And I'm telling you, if I could do it, you could do it. I'm telling you, if I could do it, you could do it. It's a challenge statement. When you hear me speak, I'm challenging you. See, I'm an Aries, so when people challenge me, I'm headstrong. I'm like, I'm gonna figure it out when I come back, but we're gonna be talking. You know, my mind perceives people to have that same challenge spirit. If they challenge, they push themselves. They gonna find it. They're gonna push for that strength. So this is where we're at. There's the opportunity to create greatness. We just have to see through our greatness. We have to repatriate back to our greatness in our mind. And then we'll find the money. It's right there. Because money follows wealth. Wealth follows what? Where does wealth come from? Huh? Wealth comes from knowledge. Wealth comes from the application or applying of that knowledge. First, wealth is a wealth of knowledge. That wealth of knowledge then brings the fruits of itself to you. Okay, the floor is open. Floor is open. Floor is open for the last on this before we cross on over. Anyone else?
Greetings. I have something to say.
Yes, go ahead, please.
I just want to say, what you were speaking on, you like when the Asians and all them come in and how they get rich and this and that. That's the same thing, Malik. Sabaz, that's what Malcolm X spoke. Malcolm X said the Arab man, the Chinese man, the Indian man, they all come in our neighborhoods and then they go back, they don't give nothing back, and they go back to their homes with the big old bag. They make the money off of us. So if they can get rich off of us, why we can't build off of us? You know what I'm saying? That just don't make that's. I
Yeah,
agree with you because That's what Malcolm spoke on. That was his. He got a. That's what Malcolm spoke on. He said how they come in here, they come in here and they all get rich. The Asian man, the China man. You hear what I'm saying? And I agree with you on that. Our people scared. They scared to do something because all they want to do is depend on their oppressor. We always gonna be like this. We ain't gonna get nowhere. Cause these Negroes don't want to do nothing. And that's what Malcolm said. Malcolm said, you go ask the house Negro, let's run. He gonna say, well, where we gonna go? Shit, anywhere but here. You know, when I ask these Africans and they all come over here, why y'all come over here? This the plantation. We is on the plantation, man. They come over to make money. What money? You still struggling? Shit, all they want to do is listen, this is Babylon. All they do is turn you into whores, crackheads, or thirst buckets, or fallers, or heathens. That's it. This is ain't no all they do
amen.
is turn you into a heathen here, you know?
Yes, yes. I
That's why I stand on thug life. I'm Rasta, but I'm thuggish too. And I think I'm gonna start a moving thug like Rasta because like Tupac said, I'm a thug. Cause I'm y'all, everything you made me, I'm gonna give it to you. You hear me? You made me and I'm gonna give it to you. But
yes,
I want to build my own. I don't want to go to no Uganda. I don't want to go. I want to go to my own land. You know what I'm saying? If I want to go build my own land, I don't want to go to no Uganda. I don't even want. I was raised with an African man from Nigeria. He had a hand in my raising. I know all about all that. I don't want to go there. I'm like Paul Mooney. They didn't come fight for our ass. You know what I'm saying? But I want to get out of here and go somewhere. And I agree with you, cashews and all that. But see, I want to go ganja like a cornfield so I can show these people how to take care of themselves, especially the elders. Because I had to tell the old daddy, 80-year-old woman today, talking about she suffered from asthma and she couldn't do cigarette smoke. I told her, smoke a spliff. It'll kill your asthma. Eat it. Because you're going to run to the doctor and all they're going to do is give you an inhaler and it's going to kill your lungs. Then I told her that, it's the mucus on your lungs. Change your eating diet and that asthma will fade away. You feel me? But I understand what you're saying. Malcolm spoke the same thing. Dr. Khalid Muhammad spoke the same thing. Our people scared. Like Nina Simone said, we
yeah,
willing to die, but we ain't willing to kill. And we still laying down dying. All we doing is sitting around talking about what we gonna do. I'm sick of me personally, I'm really tired of sitting around talking. I don't want to sit around and talk about nothing else till we get up and do it. I'm the person, I'm ready to go chop somebody's head off and take back everything the devil stole from me. Okay, I'm not gonna run to be no punk. That's what I'm ready to do. And ain't nobody sitting talking about that. So till we start talking about take and chop some heads off, I'm tired of talking what we gonna do. When we gonna do it? Marcus Garvey talked, but he had action. He had action. All we do is sit around talking. What's the action? You know, that's like they sit around talk about free H. Rap Brown. Go
was
free him
wiped
your
out
damn.
on this country.
Go free him yourself. Go free him yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because Saudi Shakur had her own people to come bust her out of prison. You want somebody free, you free yourself. But our people, all they gonna do is sit around and talk. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing. We still 800 years still talking about what we gonna do and what we ain't done did.
yes, man.
You
Yes,
feel? And I get what you saying. Talking about we ain't got no money. We don't need no money to survive. Our ancestors didn't need no money. The God gave us the earth. We can grow everything. Why we can't grow nothing? You
Mm.
don't need no money. Money is a set up for failure.
Well, I
What
tell you what. I tell you what though. We did make money. We had
let,
Corey.
let, let me just finish. Money ain't everything. What did
No,
Bob Marley? They
nah.
didn't kill. Hold on. What did Bob Marley speak? He was speaking about money. One God on authority. They killed him. They crucified him from one God on authority. I'm gonna tell you what. Bob Marley gave all his money away. He gave all his money away. And his song "No Love, No Woman No Cry," my favorite song.
Mhm.
All that all listen, all the royalties goes to a man in Trichtown was taking care of the people in the soup kitchen. And Bob Marley gave him the royalties off that song because he can continue taking care of people. Our people don't need no money. They killed they killed Bob Marley from one God on authority. When we come one God on authority, God, then we gonna step. All we need is unity, one God on authority. Don't y'all get that? Y'all get
Yeah,
when you
it's
hold on. That money you keep thinking you have, you worshiping that damn dollar. As long as you keep thinking money gonna pay the way, you gonna worship like that. That's a piece of fucking paper.
that's
You can get a gun. You don't need no money. Get a gun. You can make a person do what the hell they want to do. Shit, you hear me? You
that's
get
not
a
true.
pistol.
I've seen a lot of people walk away from being put up under a gun. It ain't that. It's about the mind.
I'm gonna
It's
tell you what,
it's about it's about.
Middle League didn't need no money to fight no to get them. He took a
He
lion.
did. No,
Uh,
he had money. He
I,
did.
I
Yeah, but a
think
lion,
this,
that
Hold on.
listen, hold on.
Wait,
Money
wait.
didn't run them out. That lion
No,
ran
no, no.
their asses
That's
up.
what we saying. We saying is everything. What we saying is we bought everything before everything was whatever it was.
Man, we didn't
We
need no.
been.
You know what? You keep thinking money gonna make you
No, I never
go.
said that. I ain't even tell you nothing
Money
yet.
ain't shit. I don't give a
I ain't
shit
tell you
about no
nothing
money. Don't
yet.
even talk
I ain't.
to me about no damn money.
Yeah,
I'll put
we
a
talking
gun in
about
your face.
well,
because
money is
go ahead,
how you
Huh?
minister.
define
Go
it.
ahead, minister.
Money is a thing on how you define it. It's a use of exchange. But the use of exchange, as I said before, money follows wealth. Wealth comes from knowledge and wisdom. The application.
What the scripture
Hold up,
say?
hold up, hold up.
Trade amongst
You have to
themselves. No, hold on.
yeah,
What the scripture say? Trade
her,
minister.
Roberts,
Hold on. Let me finish. The
Roberts.
minister, like
You have
minister, what the
to you
scripture
have
say?
to
Trade
moment.
amongst
You
themselves.
have to
So if
give a
they trade
moment.
amongst themselves, they didn't need no money, right?
You're right.
We
You're
trade our
right.
goods amongst ourselves. Money came into play because that devil came into play and told you a piece of paper was gonna rule you and control you. Uh,
Right.
they, y'all don't even know the original president in over
We
here in
we
Babylon was
you
a
don't.
black man. He on a $2 bill, and they
My
put him on
Roberts,
a food stamp too.
my
Well,
Roberts.
get back to discussing on this is what Ross Kimian is saying is that you're defining European fiat, which comes under a process of their capitalistic system. When we talk about means of exchange, we were the original printers of money for the exchange in kingdoms.
Well,
That's what.
what they
Hold up,
had
hold up, hold
before
up,
they was
hold up,
printing
wait,
up
hold up,
money.
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up.
Because what
This is
Gaddafi tell
what
him? Gaddafi told him
what
they had to give him gold. He wasn't selling
We
oil
talking about
for
Gaddafi
money.
them. That's what we talking
Now,
about.
Gaddafi
We
wasn't
talking.
taking no cash. It
So
had to be gold.
to agree with you, we telling you about Gaddafi people before Gaddafi. That's where he got it from. That's what we telling you about. Them people that
I know
made the
I was
way for
raised off of
Gaddafi.
Khalid Muhammad. My uncle
Yeah,
raised me
so
off of Khalid.
the people that
My
taught
father is the original Black Panther. You ain't talking to no
exactly, and
dummy. Shit.
the people who taught the people who gave us the Muslim reality, the people who taught them, the African people who taught them.
Uh-huh.
That's what we talking about. We ain't talking about
Everybody
nobody
ain't.
else. This our
Everybody.
story. This our story, not his story. This our story. That's what the title say.
Right. I know it's
So
our
so
story, but
we
I'm just
so
speaking
that's
my
what we
mind.
saying. We agreeing with you. We trying to get to a sound movement right now with the current.
well,
So we want to keep the energy good.
she's just speaking on the
I'm
reality
just speaking my
the
mind, and
that
when I speak my mind, I listen. I'm like Dr. Khalid Muhammad. I ain't came to say what you
well you
like
can't
and what you
keep
want to
my
hear. I come to say what need to be here. I'm
I
just
get
gonna move with the
saying
spirit.
a lot of
I ain't on everybody's energy and on everybody's time. Like
Yeah, I'm not my
you know what
body.
You know what they
I
said
am not
about
my
Peter?
body.
Hold on,
I
let
am
me finish.
so
I
I am
watched the
not my
interview.
body.
Listen, I watched the interview with
If
Peter
you know
Tosh.
I said I'm not my body, that's what explain everything for you right there.
Right. Let me tell you
Okay, so
something.
let's no, we sister, we not disagreeing with you. We
Listen,
just
I know
we
you is. I know you not. I ain't saying you disagree with
All
so
right.
me.
so
Have to let
But
Khalid
you back to the program right now. Hold up, Kim in.
It's
Hold up,
about
Kim in.
order.
Hold up, Kim in. We were moving from subject to subject. So we said this would be the last part of that
I
subject.
know, but I was
Oh,
commenting
ho,
what you
ho,
want
Miss
to say.
Roberts. You
You know
cannot
what?
keep doing.
Y'all cool. I'ma
You
exit
can't
because I
keep
got
doing that, Miss
things to do
Roberts.
besides this.
All right,
You know what
but
I'm saying?
you can't just keep cutting the conversation because you're
I
not
didn't even
learning.
get to finish. Y'all just cause
Yeah,
I'm speaking on something.
you still talking over me.
You know what? They said Peter Tosh was the most argumentative men person in the world. And you know what it was? You just couldn't blow smoke up Peter Tosh ass.
Well, you know
So
what the
y'all can
problem is.
finish
Keep it
y'all little
closed
If
then.
we
girl. Y'all
speak
can finish
on
y'all little
what we
girl
would,
locker room meeting.
right,
I'm gonna exit out of here like the
right,
lioness, and I'm gonna go take care of other
It's about
things. You know what I'm
discipline,
saying?
like Khalid said.
yes,
Khalid talked about discipline, so go
yeah.
ahead.
Man, Carly didn't have no discipline. That's why they killed him, because they
Why
couldn't
that's
discipline
why you
him.
were just talking good
That's
about
why they
him.
killed Dr.
That's why
Khalid
you were
and,
talking
and
good about him
Tupac.
a while ago. Now you switch it
No,
up on him.
they didn't kill him for that.
No, what
Just
I'm
strategy.
yeah, they killed
They killed him.
Yeah, they did that. Don't even play me. Let me tell my father was original
They,
Black Panther.
my
My father is one of the
family,
original Black Panthers. You hear what I'm trying to tell you? I'm a daughter of a Black Panther. I grew up in the movement. My granddaddy had one of the hardest movements down here in Atlanta, Georgia. He had a militant group. My cousin killed pastors because they was lying. He killed pastors sitting in the community lying.
but
Okay, so I got roots.
but
Shit, my cousin,
listen,
yeah, I got roots. I come
but you
from fucking, I'm an
still,
outlaw. I don't give
but
a damn
you're
what you talking about.
still, but you're still under oppression. So it wasn't strategical victory. So anytime somebody tells me about something, I look for strategical victory. If your
A
people,
victory to me, if you
all
take somebody, I'm gonna take somebody out harming my community. That's what I'm gonna do.
strategical victory is that the 7 generations behind you are not under the oppressor. If you do something and it does not free the next 7 generations, it was not a strategical victory. It was just an emotional accomplishment. It was just a let off of fury. It did not. I could go kill a bunch of Klansmen, but it won't change the world. I could go kill a white
And
man.
shit, what it changed the Maroons when they chopped up them British heads. They got their own
I'm
town.
from
They govern
Maroon
their own
too.
law.
Could
They
not
ain't
Yeah,
around
that's where
here
I'm
begging
from.
for shit.
That's where I'm
Nah,
from. The
what you
senator's
talking
talking to
about?
you.
My roster
That's
brother
where
here
I'm
in
from, and
Atlanta
I'm
is a
talking to
Maroon.
you.
Now,
I'm talking to you, and I'm from that place. And you're
but
doing it right.
okay, that
but you're not accomplishing what is the goal. The mission is victory. I could go kill a white person right now, and my children still stuck in this situation. So I didn't achieve my goal. I didn't achieve nothing. I just got off my emotional, and I didn't achieve nothing. So it's just an emotional outcry. That's what Europeans taught us. They told us to go to the lowest frequency. They didn't. They told us to get out of the spiritual heights that we work in, which is supreme intelligence. So they don't want us to work in supreme intelligence. They want us to operate as an animal nature, fall down into just the animalistical nature. Then they can cage us and say, yeah, that's what they are. So I would now never let my supreme being fall to just an animalistic nature where I just operate from my emotional things and just attack white people because I'm just operating in an animalistic nature. So I have to use supreme intelligence, God intelligence. This is what Malcolm X and everybody was trying to teach you, to get to your God intelligence. Because if you're not thinking in supreme intelligence, it's just a waste of energy and a waste of time. So that's your girl room locker. You were talking a lot of emotional horror because you mad at the white people been doing this, and you just like, hey, we just need to fight them and we need to do something. See, that's not no supreme intelligence. That's just an emotional outcry. So we talking supreme intelligence, which is a total difference. See, so you have to learn that. That's why I told you to close your mouth and be quiet, so you can learn supreme intelligence and get out of the emotional outcry where you're operating in just the animalistical nature, like you think that's going to accomplish something. There's no strategy there. See, so you're talking just verbiage. We don't talk just verbiage. We're talking real, meaningful, strategical learning to move the pieces. See, so if you ain't gonna move the pieces, you just playing on the board. So we ain't talking that. We ain't gonna play on no board. So you need to learn. So you need to learn and sit down and be quiet for a minute so that you can learn a strategical mindset to accomplish the mission. Because if your family were doing all of that, but you're still hearing the oppression, they did not accomplish their goal. It just was some waste of time, a waste of lives who got captivated.
who got stuck in their anger because they didn't have a strategy to break it. So they just turned into the animalistic nature and so let that be the victory in themselves. They just had to feed that. Well, I ain't feeding my lower self. I'm feeding my higher self. And the white man is not smarter than me. So he can't rule the world and I got to operate as an animal just to outlash at him with violence. No, he can't outsmart me. He's not smarter than me. He don't come from where I come from. So if you've settled to the point that you believe they're so smarter than us, the only thing we can do is just fight, cut head off, then you've lost the war. And you're going to teach your children to lose the war because that means the European took you from the supreme being on the planet and turned you into the barbarian that they used to be. Then they won. See, so you have no understanding of the mission and goal. It's not to lose myself just to win them. So you would train your family just to lose themselves, just to beat the European. But then they wouldn't beat the European. They would be lost in the reality of living as the European. Then the European beat them. So I'm here to protect my children so that they don't have to lose themselves to a barbaric nature. So it takes supreme intelligence, and that's what you're going to have to learn. A lot of talking people do, oh, we're going to do this and we do this. You talking. You ain't for real. You ain't got no plan. Oh, we don't need no money. You can't eat tomorrow without no money. So you could say all the stuff you were saying is just delusional talking.
I can't eat tomorrow, no money. My grandmother fed a neighborhood without no money.
Guess what?
You hear me?
Neighborhood, your family, your mama spent some money. Somebody in the neighborhood gonna have to do something to feed you.
Listen, where I'm from, my granny owned stores. We had black
neighborhood paid for seeds to feed you. Somebody paid for something to feed you. But if you start going on the delusional that I don't need nothing, then you don't want to think strategy. You done gave up because the cracker done broke you from thinking that you can achieve money to do anything. You done got tired of it. Oh, I can't get into the money. That's their money. I'm tired of this. It's not the money. See, that's why I said money goes to wealth and wealth goes to knowledge and wisdom. So if you're not going to operate in the knowledge and wisdom, then you can't obtain what's needed. See, that's why I said it's supreme intelligence and not the barbaric nature. So then if you go into the supreme intelligence, then you can achieve your goals. Do you understand that? I have to cut you off right here because it's time to go to the next topic. Ross Kimmy, give her a mute and let's get ready to go to Balaam. I'm about to show 2 videos. Give thanks.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Hold on for a minute. We got to start this video. We're not going back in the topic. Give thanks.
But all in all, it means the same thing, being out of job, out of work, homeless, and in the street, no matter how you describe it. Because the other people who dominate the system are going to shed you first before they shed themselves or anyone else. And the game continues, which ultimately means then, ladies and gentlemen, any solid black leadership must see the overthrow of the domination of whites as the ultimate solution. It must see the destruction of white supremacy and the disempowering of the white man as one of its major goals. Otherwise, you'll never get out of it. And one day, if he sees that the ultimate benefit to himself lies in the total death and destruction of African people, then he's going to kill you dead. And if you look at the history of the European, he does not feed useless people for long. The Indian, the Native American was wiped out on this continent because to a great extent he was of little or no economic use to the European. No amount of love, no amount of constitutional rules and laws will prevent this from happening to African people. We have to come alive to that fact. And African people are becoming economically useless the world over. When they finally stabilize this old shaky Soviet Union, who has mineral wealth that rivals that of the African continent, that's already now dumping metals and minerals and so forth on the world markets and depressing those prices at this point. When they bring that country online, will the African continent even be able to survive by selling its raw materials? That's a major problem. The sellout of Nelson Mandela. Yes, it's a bourgeois leadership. You may as well face the reality of it. The day Nelson Mandela, as a condition of leaving prison, promised those whites that their properties would not be nationalized and would not be taken back and redistributed among the natives of South Africa, the game was up then. Yes, you may as well face the reality. And we have this kind of situation all over the continent of Africa, where the original, yes, and it's a joke to talk about Namibia being liberated, with 75% of its most arable land still owned by whites, with this wealth being owned by whites. What kind of liberation are you talking about? When you look at Zimbabwe, that negotiated a so-called treaty or independence, and the whites promised them that after 10 years they would turn the land loose. And when the 10 years were up, the other white nations said, hey, forget about it. And now the African farmers and other people are still without land. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to learn that you got to fight a war to the death. You got to fight a war until your enemy surrenders so that you can dictate the terms. If you fight a war and then you've got to sit at the table and really go through negotiations, you have not won. Now, if you can't dictate the terms of peace, you have not won the war. You see, and we got a lot of that kind of stuff going on in the African situation today. Yes, all over. Because the African situation is worldwide. Doesn't matter where you are. The same politics that inheres in America, inheres in Africa, Central, South America, everywhere. It's the same game. Because you have the same what? Domination. Yeah, the domination is global. So you have the same kind of problems. You see, and you have to face that as a reality. If this nation, this South African so-called nation, leaves intact, the white ownership of property and so forth, it's going to change the whole of that continent, because that nation will become the economic engine of the continent. And the African nations on the rest of the continent will trade with it, and in many ways become economically associated and dependent on it, which will permit then an even deeper penetration by whites and others into the continent as a whole, under the bogus title of a multiracial society. You have to wake up. You cannot let any leader become a sacred cow to the point where you forget how to perform a realistic analysis on the situation. Because ultimately it is your individual lives and the life of our people that is at question here, not the glory and power of an individual person or leader, but of the people themselves. And so we see this crisis of leadership all over the place. And it is time now for us to move toward its resolution. I think we are in a better position at this point because unlike Du Bois and Washington and the others who were in a sense at the front end of these issues, we have had now 80, 90 years to see what happened. We can measure results. Therefore, we can take an empirical approach, an empirical analysis, an analysis based on experiment, an analysis based on actual experience, an analysis that looks at the NAACP's programs and look at the results, that looks at the programs of other leaders and look at the results that they wrought. So we don't have to guess, and we don't have to be quite as theoretical as we used to be. We can say, let's see what the results bear out. And let's see if this form of leadership can be justified any longer based on its results. And this is what we have to measure. An interesting case, we'll be back to him shortly. To a great extent then, we're going to have to look at the issue of power, a word that we've been taught as people to avoid and to think is immoral. And it is a pity that we've been led in this direction. Because, ladies and gentlemen, power is the crucial measure of the effectiveness of leadership as to whether that leadership empowers the people. Because we have to recognize that the primary source of the host of problems that confront African people the world over and in America is powerlessness. Yes. Yes. We are suffering from not using our potential as a people. Yes. Powerlessness. If we were able to create jobs, but able is the essence of what? Power. To be able what? To. The ability to. You see, power is created in terms of resistance, the ability to move against resistance, to expend energy and to focus energy in changing circumstances in terms of one's own benefits. This is what power is about. Power is necessary to all living things. It is the essence of life. If you do not have any power, you are not alive. That's right. It takes power for you to chew your food. It takes power for you to digest it, to convert it into nutrients so that you may continue to survive. It takes power for you to stand up against the resistance of gravitation. It takes power for you to earn the living from the earth and everything else. You have to have what? Ability. You have to be able to do those things necessary to maintain life. You've seen people, sometimes unfortunate people, like some of the children in Somalia and people in Somalia who do not even have the power to chew and who must die unless they're intravenously fed because they no longer have the power to even masticate the food in their mouths or to digest it. There is no life without power. And therefore, the pursuit of power is necessary for the pursuit of life and for maintaining the viability of life. So don't let anyone deceive you into thinking that there's virtue in powerlessness. And just as power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, powerlessness corrupts and also corrupts absolutely. A lot of the corruption that you see out on these streets, the shooting and the killing and the selling of drugs and so forth, the muggings, the stealings, the robberies, and all of this is a result of powerlessness. And powerlessness corrupting a people and corrupting a culture. Yes. Creating terror and horror in our communities. Because we are not able, we have not empowered ourselves to provide our young people with what? Jobs and alternatives to mugging, to robbing, to stealing, to terrorizing. Look at the difference between those, in terms of crime, between those groups who own property, who have a control over economic resources and so forth, who exercise political power and economic power in this society, and those of us who do not. And you can see immediately then that the power itself, powerlessness itself, becomes a source, therefore, of corruption. And therefore, if we are to change the nature of our system, we must change from powerlessness to power. And ultimately, though, social power comes out of the relationship among people and persons. Social power is in essence collective. We have to keep that in mind because we normally think of individuals as powerful. But individuals gain their power from being backed up by a powerful group. That's right. Yes. Individual whites are not powerful. That's right. What power they possess or seem to possess is because they represent the power of their group. That's right. The individual cannot be separated from his or her group. Right. In fact, the individual is a social creation to begin with. All right. The individual cannot exist in a vacuum. You have a language that you share with millions of other people. You have attitudes, appetites, and all of these other things that are the result of your doing what? Living socially among another group of people. You have desires and so forth that have not only been generated from your social interaction with other people and living in a social system, but desires and wishes that can only be satisfied by that social system. You cannot satisfy them all by yourself at all. And yet we are deceived in this country talking about what? Individualism, as if all people can be an island unto themselves and yet meet their every need of other people. So ultimately, social power is in essence collective, and it involves two essentials: intentionality, by which we mean purpose and motive, and resources. When people have intentions, motives, and purpose, and they bring resources to bear in their situation to solve a particular problem. One of the things that we are dealing with then in this community, that we're dealing with in our volume on Blueprint for Black Power, is the fact that black people in America have tremendous resources. I talk about in this book the fact that we are a nation of people who are from 10 to 80% of the population of 117 of America's largest cities. We have 50 to 60 cities of which we are essentially about 50% of the population of those cities above 100,000. We are the majority population in about 17 of those cities, and those cities are scattered across this country. They're connected by highways, roads of all type, railways, riverways, air routes, all types of things, all of the things necessary for a nation to function, we have available to us. Fax machines, telephones, all of this we have as African people. And we have what? Money. W.E. Du Bois stated very clearly in The Dusk of Dawn that if black people could get only a fraction of their internal market, their influence on the economic and political life of themselves and America would be decisive. Now, when I first looked at that statement, I thought it was an exaggeration until I started analyzing the figures. And we started working with the figures. We're talking about a people who earn over $300 billion. Yes. But recognize, as I've told you before, the issue is not so much what you earn, but what? What you produce. Because you get paid only a fraction of what you produce. So if we're getting paid $300 billion, we must be producing well over $1 trillion or more dollars as a people. Yes. And yet we have a business section that only collects about $20 billion as African people. That means African people in America are spending over $300 billion, and the total receipt of black businesses amount only to $20 billion. But you see, I'm an optimist. I don't ask, is the glass half empty? I say it's what? It's half full. And I recognize that oaks from acorns grow. And I recognize then that that means that African people are spending less than 5 cents with black businesses. And that says then if we are spending less than 5 cents with black businesses, and yet we're providing them with $20 billion. What if we spent 10 cents out of every consumer dollar? An additional 5 cents of spending out of each dollar as black people would amount to a total receipt and earnings by black businesses of approximately $60 billion. I didn't say 40 billion, I said 60 billion, because when you buy into a business, it uses the income also for what? Investment. Therefore, it multiplies what it takes in. So if we got you up to 15 cents out of a dollar, then we're headed well towards 75 billion. We've only asked you for 15 cents. You can give you 85 cents to the white boy. If we get you up to 20 cents and 25 cents, we got now black business past what? 100 billion and headed toward 150 billion. What would happen if we got you up to 30 cents? You can still give white folks what? 70 cents. You can feel happy. You can say I'm multicultural. We don't even ask you to be black and African, you know. We're not asking you for your whole dollar. I'm telling nationalists now we have to change our language. Maybe we just say, look, just spend a dime. That's all. All we want to ask you to do is this. If you make $30,000 a year, pledge $3,000 to a black business. Okay? Right. And if you do that, you're going to see black business transform itself overnight. Just with that. And we look at these other figures, ladies and gentlemen, you won't believe what possibilities we have as people. We have the talent, we have the skills, we have the whole thing, but we are missing the program. We're missing the leadership. We're missing the sense of purpose. And without the sense of purpose and with the resources, we are not going to be empowered. And the sense of mission is of key importance to bringing about power. And that sense of mission, though, has not been established by our leadership. And since it has not, it has placed us in danger. Let's look at this cry for leadership among our people, because our people see something here. 40 years after the United States Supreme Court outlawed segregation of the races in America's schools, supposedly in the interest of providing equal education through racial integration, the majority of black students find themselves in hyper-segregated urban ghetto schools, entrapped in an educational system that is in severe crisis and imminent danger of total collapse. We've had an experiment, ladies and gentlemen. The Supreme Court decision has been made. The busing has taken place. The surrounding of schools and shipping our students out has taken place. What is the condition of our people today? Hyper-segregated in the midst of in the midst of our urban ghettos. So the issue Du Bois raised early in this whole organizational career was what? What are you going to do about the people who are not in white schools? What are you going to do about the fact that the people are not integrated? Are they then to be made to sit around and wait for this great millennial era when all people shall be living together, black boys and white girls and all that other kind of stuff? Or must we see about the needs of our people right now? 40 years after blacks in Montgomery, Alabama won the right to ride in the front of the bus, blacks in urban America are virtually the only ones, along with other forlorn minorities, riding the buses. I tell you, the white man gives you what you want with the vengeance. He tells you, you say you want to ride in the front? Good, I'll give you the whole bus. And so now you're the only one riding it. You got the front, the back, and the sides all to yourself. He's got his own express buses and other means of getting into the city. This is 40 years of, what is this now, 55? It's now near 95. So the issue of riding in front of the bus has not been solved in the way you thought it would be, did it? 30 years after gaining the right to vote, having benefited from the passage of the Civil Rights Bill, the Voting Rights Act of 1964-65, blacks in urban America, you see, can vote for black politicians who cannot improve their plight. and can vote for the President of the United States. The only problem being that the big cities where blacks predominate are no longer important as the suburbs in electing the president. In other words, so you see, before we became majorities in the United States, it was the big cities and the big city mayors and so forth that determined the presidential candidates and determined who would be president. As soon as you got the vote, the strength of the vote now is in the suburbs. And presidents now can be elected on suburban white votes. And therefore, the presidential candidates need no longer pay much attention to urban black votes, which is one of the reasons why then both Democrats and Republicans run hard during their campaigns against black people and the interests of black people. The only way they can maintain office and gain office is by running against black images, against Willie Hortons, against so-called crime and the other things, because that's the way they're going to get white suburban votes, people who are not even really being threatened by black crime, because it is black people in black cities who are the major victims of black-on-black violence. However, that violence is used to frighten white folk in electing presidents and other national and state officers. 20 years after passing the fair housing legislation, blacks are hyper-segregated in urban ghettos and in suburban neighborhoods, where still many blacks are homeless, sleeping on the sidewalks, under bridges, and in abandoned buildings. If you would read this month's Emerge magazine, based on an article based on a very interesting book called Apartheid USA, you would read a startling statement that says a black family that earns $50,000 has less choices of where it will live and how it would live than a Hispanic who earns $2,500. So where's your fair housing? What has it gained you? Blacks are more segregated today than we were in 1920 and in 1940. The whole movement of the demographics of America is to isolate black people totally in the urban ghettos and in the suburbs as well. That's right. And yet you brag about your fair housing laws. Yes, look at the reality of the situation. Look at the organizations that led these kind of campaigns. Look at the leadership that told us that these kinds of legislation would rescue us and make us hold hands with little black boys and little black girls. Where are we today? And what are our circumstances? 20 years after passing this law, we are in more trouble than ever. After 25 years of affirmative action, blacks find themselves kicked out of corporate America, find themselves with the highest unemployment rates, drifting into poverty ever more rapidly, while other ethnic groups gain employment ever more swiftly. And we find ourselves begging for handouts on the streets of America. If you read a detailed analysis in the Wall Street Journal last week, 2 full pages, and a full column saying what? Losing ground. Blacks, the only group that suffered a total loss of employment during the recession. This is your affirmative action for you. Blacks who were 10, 15% of the working staffs of many corporations suffered 20, 30, 40, almost 50% of the cuts in jobs. During 90 and 91, when 60,000 blacks lost their jobs in American corporations, 60,000 Asians moved into jobs in American corporations.
Trucking situation.
55,000 Hispanics moved into jobs in American corporations. Where's your people of color? Where are these people every time they stand up? They say black and Latino. And yet we don't hear a word coming the other way. Yes. The white man gives you what you want with a vengeance. He says, you want it, I'll give it to you. That's right. You want affirmative action, we'll make everybody a minority. We'll bring the white women in on it. We'll bring all the other ethnics in on it. We'll lay a game on you called diversity in the workplace, and you'll fall for it. And then they will say, well, since we've got to hire all these other groups, we have to cut back on the number of people that we hire from you. That's right. Now, you can't object to us hiring Hispanics and Asians, can you? Right. The most interesting thing about this situation, ladies and gentlemen, is that while we are flowing out of American corporations and black blue-collar workers are suffering great losses, with other ethnic groups gaining, this is at the very point where some 60 black people, distinguished Negro leaders, sit on nearly 170 corporate boards. Yes. People such as Vernon Jordan sits on 10 and earns $500,000 a year from just having his name on the boards. Okay? Did you read the piece last week? He's Clinton's favorite guy. Yeah. When Clinton wants to have fun, he calls Vernon. They play golf and go on the yacht together, and you know, and he runs interference for Clinton, and you know, they're just good old buddies. Even his law firm says, we didn't hire Jordan for his legal talents. They just say it up front. His role is to play golf and play around. Yes. He wouldn't take an offer to be Attorney General because he could have more clout sitting in the position that he's in. And the other civil rights organizations are wondering, say, Vernon, when are you going to give us a break? When are you going to act in the interests of black folk? He said, but I'm out of the civil rights game now. So isn't it a paradox there? That at the very point where we are being kicked out of America's corporations, we have blacks sitting on America's corporate boards. Some sitting on 5 and 6 and as many as 10. Is that the reason perhaps we don't hear about the losses that we are suffering? Is the situation one that by appointing these token Negroes to these boards, we will no longer complain, or they have had their mouths shut so that they no longer complain about our not being there, ladies and gentlemen? This is the result of affirmative action, the result of assimilationist program. 25 years after the initiation of black capitalism, blacks find their communities' markets dominated by aliens. Black business persons find they can't do business in America nor with America. After 40 years of being America's moral conscience, because a lot of Negroes like to brag about, blacks find their communities being devastated by immorality. After preaching brotherly love and race-transcending love, they find themselves to be the most hated of races. For blacks in America, 30 years after having the ringing words, free at last, thank God Almighty, I'm free at last, America has become even more of a prison, sealing their bodies, hopes, and aspirations in the dungeons of despair. For African Americans all over, for African Americans, all the promises of the civil rights era have been betrayed. Everything has been reversed. The more black elected officials have been elected, the worse off the black electorate has become.
Listen.
Yes. Black homelessness became a national scandal when a black man was appointed Secretary of Housing.
Listen.
The black community was overrun with AIDS, drugs, addiction, TB, and all sorts of diseases and maladies when a black man was appointed Secretary of Health. Black nations were overrun by the imperial armies of the United States when a black man was head of the Joint Chiefs of Staffs. The more black judges appointed to the bench, The more black men became police commissioners and police officers, the more black men filled America's prisons.
Listen.
And black on black violence ravaged America's black ghettos. Let's look at it. The Honorable Supreme Court Justice, late Justice Thurgood Marshall, achieved greater victories in the United States Supreme Court as a lawyer than he did as a judge sitting on his bench.
Listen.
In fact, he sat on the bench and sadly witnessed his life's work being ravaged and savaged by a mean-spirited bench. As a black man assumed to become Secretary of Commerce, blacks as an ethnic group are the least ones engaged in what? Commerce, at home and abroad. In 1993, at the appointment of a black woman as Surgeon General, an ardent advocate of sex education and the dispensing of condoms, black teenage pregnancy and female-headed families threatened the very foundations of the black family and culture and the viability of the black community.
With every step, an illusion was given of a progress that was not really happening. At every step, they engineered the steps of what we considered progress. They engineered it to become weaponized against us. See, we're talking about repatriating back to our greatness is a mindset. It's a supreme mindset. So that now we're not pawns on the chessboard, but we become masters of the game and we start to move the pieces. This is why we're calling everyone to seek knowledge, to build their minds so that we can accomplish this goal. Okay, so we'll begin here on our next topic. And we always start, where's my book at? I'm supposed to read the speech from His Majesty. Hold on. Let's see the book. Well, let's go to the next stage. We start off with the topic 1 week back, and we started speaking about what's called the Joseph Keys. Let me see if I should go to Temple Building. So we started speaking a week ago on a topic, and we call it the Joseph Keys. And I wanted, before I get there, to ask someone, does anybody remember what we spoke about when we talked about one of the Joseph Keys? Anything on the Joseph Keys? I mean, we're going to go into it now. I'm going to repeat it. I just want to see if anyone remembered what was the Joseph Key. If not, we just keep moving on. Okay. All right. So the Joseph Key is a very important key. We begin following the Joseph Key to establish something, an overstanding of something. Because we said that we have to move in strategy. We have to understand the power that is in the EWF. And what does it mean as we counter the intellectual veiling of our story to keep us in captivity. So we begin by the definition. This is my book, Temple Building 9. As you can see, Cobra Kings, Dragon Dynasty, Kebra Nagas, Serpent Kings, Uraeus, Amun-Ra, the hidden craft. The alchemical or alchemical state, the science of magnets, the riddles of the ancient ones revealed. The dimensional stargate of Urania, mental polarity moving the elementals. The metaphysical, historical, prophetic, inscripted dimensionally into the word. Oasa, Oaset, my brother, my sister. The time has come to be born again as Het Heru, the house of Heru, the Hathor. We willed unto you the lesson of the door keeper, the doorkeeper being the mind. So we're talking about the law of mentalism. All is mind. The only way your enslaver and colonizer can keep you in captivity is to dominate your mind. Your mind is free. You cannot be boxed in or captive. Your mind soars in its knowledge. You cannot be made a slave. The law of mentalism. This was the story of Moses. Should you see this key here? This is very important. This was the story of Moses. Reflect, Moses equals mind. We're talking metaphysically here. And we're going to get into historically or our story as well. The mind goes into the mountaintop to commune with God. So we're calling you to go into your higher self. Go into the mountaintop. See, in the mountaintop where your mind, the highest point of your mind, that's you going to a peak, a pinnacle. Let us reflect also on Ezekiel chapter 43, verse 10 through 12. Verse 12 states, this is the law of the temple. This is the law of the temple. And this is the book, Temple Building. Ye are the temple of God. Ye are the temple of God. This is the law of the temple. The whole area surrounding the mountaintop is most holy. Behold, this is the law of the temple. So the mind is most holy. In the truth of Tahuti, Dejahuti, Thoth, all is mind, the law of mentalism. So in this degree, the roof for even Solomon's temple has a roof. The roof of the temple is given, for foundation has been found, weighed, and balanced. I'm going to say that this is Temple Building 9. So you go through all the way through Temple Building through 1 through 8. You're building the foundation of your mind. You're overcoming the divisions of precepts created by the division of religions. And as you overcome the divisions, you're found weighed in balance. Your heart is light as a feather. You're not consumed by the petty things that bind us away from each other, that make us turn away from each other. You are not equally bound by the lower energies or the lack of progress in the beings who don't seek to move further. So you're unbinded by that frequency. All truths are but half truths, but to know the truth, the mind is set free. To know and not believe is the key to unlock the door. Once the mind knows, it is prepared, made ready to self-initiate. So you could go through trainings and traditions that initiate you and so forth. But there's a self-initiation that happens within you. It's the highest initiation. Remember, for all is mind. So mind communes with the all. So again, we start with the temple, the house that the sun, the spirit sets upon. So you have spirit, soul, mind. Remember, we always speak about here at mind is the higher self and the lower self meet at this point. And the mind is the keeper of the crossroad. The mind is the only thing that crosses from the higher self to the lower self. So the mind is in the invisible realm of the higher self. When we say that an atom is energy that can neither be destroyed nor created, an atom operates in its own invisible realm. Even though you see my hands, you see the molecular structure, but yet you really don't see the atom, but you do see the atom. But the atom is invisible, but yet it manifests into the physical. But if it's invisible, but the mind, you don't see the mind. So the mind and this eternal energy, they share the same realm. So we want you to know how important that mind is. That is the keeper of the crossroad to the higher and to the lower. So let's go back to this thing. I just wanted to touch that a little bit because we got a long ways to go right quick in a little bit of short time. So we're going to go ahead and hit this. Okay. That's this. Let's go right back here. So we get to the main component of this. As we said, we're dealing with coming from a powerless people to a powerful people, repatriating back to our power. So they say we were the most educated, knowledgeable people in the world. Right now, we say that's not necessary. I'm just know how to survive. I know how to get to my bag. I can do what I do. You know, man, I ain't trying to learn all that. So now we are not driven by our original mindset. We're driven by a mindset that's been developed through oppression. It's been developed through failing and losing. So now it doesn't barely want to try. It only wants to try what it can succeed in, which is basics, because it's tired of failing. So the mind becomes consumed. So we have to unconsume the mind. We have to free it. So we begin this because this is foreign affairs lessons to teach our people how to operate as ambassadors in their consulate, as public ministers in the diplomatic official level. And one of the things is we have to bring solutions and solve the things that keep us divided. But yet there is a false history that was put out to keep us away from our divine authority. So in the Black law, it defines diplomatics as decoding, deciphering of ancient texts in scripture. Diplomatics is associated with nationality, sovereignty, king and queenship. So this is the pillar of Boaz, the kingly pillar, the bloodline, the mothership. The mothership. By birthright, blood lineage, you are royal, but you must be a master of self in keeping the temple to raise the pillar of Jashin, the priesthood, the mastership. When these two pillars come together, it is shalom, Islam, peace, meaning the middle pillar, the hidden pillar, the Amen, is revealed, which is the path of the Messiah, the anointed one, the Christ, the Heru, the Hiram, the Hiram constructed these pillars out of brass, bronze. So remember in the book, they tell you Hiram, the master builder. The pillars were constructed out of brass, bronze. And Hiram does all his work. So brass, bronze in the metaphysics is mind. Soul is silver. And gold is spirit. So the mind is the work of the master craftsman, the builder, the Mason, the Hiram. The deceiver will make the mind accept precept upon precept. But surely, as the Quran says, Allah is the best of all planners, the all in all that's in you. The law of life was written in you. Okay. The Bible states in 1 John 5:8, and there are three that bear witness on earth: the spirit, the water, and the blood. And these three agree as one. In the Quran, man is created from a blood clot. And in Genesis, the gene of Isis, as stated in Lawrence Gardner's Starfire lessons, several verses leave the average seeker confused and made to just accept a precept that is just not for man to understand. This is what people say in their mind. Some of these things are not for us to understand. But to not understand our beginning in the Bible, as many want to, is to not understand our destiny. Very important. Now, in the beginning of the Bible, this document on here kind of went crazy. I don't know why it did that, but in the beginning of the Bible, what we call Genesis, scholars have already relayed that the Bible's Genesis comes from the Gilgamesh, the Una Elish, the tablets of Sumeria. are part of the encodement in the first parts of the Bible. Very important. Now, I was going to go over this diagram, but on this document, I might have to open it in another one. I don't know why I did this. It went kind of haywire here. But even in the Gilgamesh, there is a science that's right there. And I'm going to try to read through it here still so we can get into this. Because I want us to get the time. So remember that I'm going to try to make you understand certain things about time and certain things right here. Now we will unto you the truth of the fact that Genesis is a mixture of Sumerian tablets, Gilgamesh, the Elisha epics or the Una Elish epics. Now let us cipher so mind may reflect. There never was a time when man was not. Melchizedek, he without father or mother, without beginning or end. Atom, energy that can neither be destroyed nor created. Spirit can never die. It is God. In Genesis 1, verse 26, it shows Adam or Atom as energy that when slowed down and put into a deep sleep, it becomes matter. So our matter is what we call Eve, or the mother of all living things. So our ancient teachings from Abyssinia to Sumer to the Olmecs that hold that we came from the primordial waters, the cosmic waters of life, which are called the abyss, the spiritual waters of chaos, and slowly the polarizing vibratory frequency lowered, forming a physical world, a body. We still maintained dominion over the physical earth, world, Asaya, Asia. To have dominion, there must be dominance. Remember, they say in the Bible, man was given dominion over the. So now you say dominion. Dominion means you create a boundary. You create a construct of holding someone that cannot go past your level. You are the dominance. So where there's a dominance and there's liberation always being born, there will be a battle. So as within, so without, or as above the mountaintop, remember, all is holy in the mountain. So below, but as above, so below. The internal battle of the original children of the abyss of the primordial waters, anew, manifested outwardly. The inevitable, the highest ones created a lower one. It is the mirroring effect, the reflective cause. Those of the original vibration, what's the original vibration? Life originally vibrating equality, love. Life originally vibrating equality, Love, love. So love is not romance. See, when we say love is the number 12, because the 12th letter of the English alphabet is L, but L represents knowledge and wisdom coming together. So when knowledge and wisdom come together, it represents love. But if knowledge and wisdom don't come together, see, to know something and not apply it means that you're not wise. You just have knowledge. But to know something and apply it means that knowledge and wisdom has come together and they're manifesting into the physical. So just like when man and woman, 1 and 2 come together, they produce 3. They produce child. So when we start speaking about love and love for our people and how we move, it's about life originally vibrating equality. Okay. So prepared for the new age as the ones that would not keep the way the vibration caused the manifested meteorite shower. So this earth went through a meteorite shower. The time periods, the ages, the Manvantara, the yugas, the ages. Again, I said last week, there was a book called Ancient Futures by Wayne B. Chandler. It is very much a must read, especially when he speaks about this, the repetitive, the ad infinitum. Each age is preceded by a period of transition called Sandia, or the twilight. So right now we're in the twilight zone. You hear people all the time say, well, this is weird. Things changing, the whole world seems like it's changing. It's like we're in a twilight zone. We in the twilight zone. We in the twilight zone. But you remember the thing about the TV show, The Twilight? It was like, you had to come to a certain knowledge or overcome it, or the whole situation will overcome you. So in the ages of what they call of time, and I want to make sure everyone gets certain information to keep going in their studies, we talk about the twilight and the time, which is called a pruning or purification. So they're going to be those going through a purifying component. They're getting the dross of the ages of deception and miseducation and now they have to burn all that off so that they can get back to their original mind. The original mind. The original mind. So the purification for the age to follow. So as you enter into the golden age, the purification or next age, to purify the beings to enter into that has already taken place. Now we reflect then that the ancient ones knew the changes we faced and the ways were prepared. So they prepared for what was to come. Now the ages are reflective of the Kabbalistic worlds at Zillah, Briar, Yetzirah, and Asaya. So these ages, and we get to the Kali Yuga, which lasts a certain time period. But I want to come back and I'm going to read in this. Well, I'm not going to read this now. In the Krita Satya Yoga, the golden age. So they always talk about we had a golden age, the age of the truth, the purity is said to have lasted 1,728,000 years. The cosmic beings of pure light are the first formed body when we were neither male nor female. Then the Treta Yuga, which lasted 1,296,000 years, is the age of purity, but less perfection. So the vibration is changing. And the cosmic force is taking on the tetra, which is the four. So when you go into the four, the tetra, and you remember we was talking about the doorway, then you're coming into the four to the lower self. So you're coming from a three to the four, you're coming into a certain thing. So you got the treta form, which creates the cycle of Dwapara Yuga. The last 864,000 years, and is characterized by the emergence of conflicting forces. So now you're getting into the polarities are crashing and the conflict of the polarity of the mindsets is kicking in. So you got conflicting forces. And though the cycle within this age begins harmonious, it eventually exhibits the struggle between high and low, good and evil. The physical form brings on gender and a lower vibration charge, the battle. Then in the Kali Yuga, which is the last 432,000 years, is considered the lower mind point of human, the age of darkness, the Adam and the Eve fall. The Adam and the Eve fall. This is the cyclic period. This is the cyclic period we are traveling in, which is in Liel, bringing the flood, the lower mind, giving life to the lower nature. This is prepared in the biblical story of Genesis or Gene Isis in the Gilgamesh epic, but it must be reviewed in the two pillars of the doorway, Boaz, kingly, and Joshin, priestly, for it reveals the bloodline and its birthright, its history, and its metaphysical science of self. I'll say that again. But it must be viewed in the two pillars of the doorway, Boaz, the kingly pillar, Joshin, the priestly, for it reveals the bloodline and its birthright, its history, and its metaphysical science of self. In this, we begin here. So now we're talking about it reveals the bloodline, its birthright, and its history, and its metaphysical science of self. And it's metaphysical science of self. All right, so let's go into this now. Here we go. So when we get to this, I'm telling you, the study this because you're going to have to understand the precision of what you're considering, the time periods and the dates and the things in history, because it's a science with it. So let's go into this. All right, let's start here with Eusephus. Um, so we started with Moses being the mind, but we just said we're talking about a bloodline. We're talking about the bloodline. We're talking about metaphysical science. We're talking about revealing the components in history. So this is where we're at. Let's go through it now. Um, So let's get into this Moses story. So we started early today and we said the Joseph key. And I tell people that in the degrees, when we say the Joseph key is to understand the story of Joseph. Now, in the Bible, let me show one more thing. Hold on. In the construct of the Bible, let me go here. First Chronicles. This is important. I don't want to go new. I want to go KGV. Boom. Now the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, for he was the firstborn, but for as much as he defiled the father's bed, his birthright was given unto the sons of Joseph. So this is how we start with the Joseph key. This is not a by accident statement. This is a key to the basis of what you're dealing with in your Old Testament, and we call it again, is the tracking of the pearl, as in the Kebra Nagas. So they first placed the pearl right here with the sons of Joseph. The sons of Joseph, the son of Israel, and the genealogy is not to be reckoned after the birthright. For Judah prevailed above his brethren, and of him came the chief ruler, but the birthright was Joseph's. Very important. Now, Jacob placed his hand on Joseph's son, who's Ephraim. We follow Ephraim to to Joshua. They tell us that Joshua, he is the son of Nun of the tribe of Ephraim, and served as Moses' assistant. So when Joseph, father, Jacob, Israel, placed his hand on Ephraim, you're supposed to track that birthright with the sons of Joseph, and it ends up here with Joshua. This is a code. This is a code. Again, in Hebrew, Joshua represents Yeshua. Joshua represents Yeshua. If you say Yeshua, who is the father of Yeshua or Jesus in the physical? Joseph. Who is the father of Ephraim in the physical? Joseph. When that father lineage comes to Joshua, it's important. Why? Because it comes back up in the Quran, which is chronology, and we're going to explain all of this. In the Quran, there's a statement where they tell you that Mary, oh, I did it wrong. Mary is the daughter of Amram. Mary is the daughter of Amram or Imram. Now, what makes that a problem is the Quran is right and correct, according to the Muslim. There is no error in the Quran. The Quran corrected the errors. So the Quran is a correction of chronology, of time. So when we get to how this decodes, you're going to get a better understanding in this. So when we look at this, we say, hold up, Mary, the mother of Jesus, of Isa, cannot be in the time period of Moses. That's a 1,500-year difference. All right? If that's a 1,500-year difference, why is the Quran saying Mary, the daughter of Amram, is in the time of Moses? The Quran cannot be wrong according to Muslim. So we look into it and we look at the time period. And when we get to the time period, we have to properly assess this. And here we go. No. Back to my spot. Let's see. All right, hold on. Just trying to get to this back to this. Yeah, cool. Oh, wait, when it? Okay. All right. So when you go into certain history and study, they give you this name here, Osafsef. If you look at the end of the name, you see that they're putting Osa or Asa, which is Osiris. So you have Osa and then you have Seth, just as you have Joseph. Joseph. All right. So what happens is the name Osafeth, Seth, is not a name with a traditional meaning in the way that the names like Osiris or Set would have in ancient Egypt. Instead, it is a name associated with a historical figure in ancient Egypt who is depicted as a renegade priest. Oh man, what is that? Go. Who is depicted as a renegade priest and who leads a rebellion. The name is also connected to Moses. All right. So this name is connected to Moses. But this Osaseph makes this name a Joseph, a Yusef. Got to understand what this Seth is, and it's a titleage that's being carried on. Again, Manthino, a Potomac Egyptian historian, wrote a history of Egypt in the 3rd century BC. Josephus, the 1st century Jewish historian, quoted extensively from Manthino's Egyptica. In Joseph's account, Osaseph is described as a priest who rebels against the pharaoh Amenophis and also identified with Seti I. Osarfes and the Hyksos. Osarfes led a group of unclean people, including lepers, or joined forces with the Hyksos and another group mentioned in the Manthino to overthrow the Pharaoh. Okay, so you're going to catch this story. So see how Josephus and them tell this story. But if it's in the Moses time, we have to really recognize that. If it's in the Moses time, then according to Exodus chapter 1, according to Exodus chapter 1, verse 8 states, there arose a new king over Egypt who did not know Joseph. Did not know Joseph. So who is this new king that rose up? If Joseph saved Egypt from famine, when his father, Jacob, Israel, died, all of Egypt mourned for Jacob for 70 days. That 70 days mean they were following the Sirius star ritual for the transcending of the soul, which is a Kemetic ritual, which is a Nubian Kushite ritual. So when they tell you that the people all followed this ritual, all of Egypt, then right after we get at the end of, because this is the end of Genesis, coming, what is it, 48 to 51, something like that. So then you come into Exodus chapter 1, and all of a sudden somebody's in power who doesn't know Joseph. And you gotta say, well, how could you be here and you don't know Joseph? You know, Joseph is like, he just saved the whole country. He just saved everybody. Who doesn't know this name? Who would come in power? Okay. This new king's ignorance of Joseph leads to the Israelites' increased suffering. All right. So now in this story, someone's come in power who doesn't know Joseph. The people are suffering. After this is where you get the story of Moses rising up. After this is where you get the story of Moses rising up. Now, we go through a historical component to deal with that. And we say, okay, so we're in the Moses story, but we're also dealing with Joseph, and we're dealing with Joseph birthright going to his son Ephraim. Ephraim represents Joshua in this story period, which is another English term, but we know it's Yahshua. So we're tracking this Yahshua, or this Isa name or character. And we see now that there's a component here where the Quran just told us that Mary, the mother of Isa, of Jesus, is in the time of Amram. Well, Amram and them is in the time of Moses. So we know we're dealing with Moses, we're dealing with Joseph, Josephus, or Joseph, not Josephus, Joseph. And we have this character that's being ranked as rebel, Osasef. Very important. But he's given the Asa title. But they give this title also to what they say is Moses. And we track this and we say, okay, well, let's historically try to assess this time period. And those that have been doing the study with us, they know that we have come to that time period representing Ahmoses the first of the 18th dynasty. And Ahmoses the first of the 18th dynasty is important, again, because Ahmoses the first has been given a title in his standing as the king. And let's go here. I'm gonna turn it this way. get a little history lesson on Akhmosis the first, even though we're gonna go to something else. So Akhmosis the first is the moon-born, was a pharaoh of ancient and the founder of the 18th dynasty. He was a member of the Theban royal house, and they say this here. They say son of the pharaoh Teo, Sincreteo. But Sincreteo is the father of Akhmosis's wife Nefertari. But the father Sincreteo is the emperor. And so, this is who the blood lineages come under. And so when Akhmosis marries Nefertari, he receives the title, his name, Akhmosis. Akhmosis is not his name. Akhmosis is a title, his name that comes from the blood lineage of Sincreteo. That's why Moses' wife, Akhmos' wife, Nefertari, is also called Nefertari Akhmosis. He received his name from her. All right. So the royal house under Sincreteo and the brother of the last pharaoh of the 17th dynasty, King Kamos, sometimes during the reign of his father and grandfather, that these rebelled against the Hyksos, the rulers of Lower Egypt. So when we hear in First Exodus, they say a Pharaoh came into power who knew not Joseph, we're looking at the time period of the Hyksos coming into and taking over. Now, those that were there in certain levels, the invaders, they don't know them like that. They don't know him they don't know them like that. So there came a Pharaoh who knew not Joseph, this lineage. When he was 7, his father was killed, and when he was about 10, his brother died of unknown causes. After reigning only 3 years, Akhmosis I assumed the throne after the death of his brother, and upon coronation became known as Lord of the Strength of Ra. During his reign, he completed the conquest and the expulsion of the Hyksos from the Delta region and restored the Theban rule over the whole of Egypt and successfully reasserted Egyptian power in the formerly subject territories of Nubia, Canaan, that's Jerusalem, Canaan. He then reorganized the administration of the country, reopened quarries, mines, and trade routes, and began massive construction projects of a type that had not been undertaken since the time of the Middle Kingdom. Well, we saying the same thing. Say we trying to repatriate back so that we could open up and begin quarries, mines, and trade routes and begin massive construction of all these types and restore the nation. So we're kind of in the same story. So this building program culminated in the construction of the last pyramid built by the native Egyptian rulers. Akhmosis' reign laid the foundation for the new kingdom under which the Egyptian power reached its peak. All right. So Akhmosis, right? Now I gotta go to the uh, why they always hide this now, but um, so Akhmosis has several funeral stones. They don't give you no wording on here. I'm sorry, y'all. All right, these funeral stones here, they may talk about them. They won't even talk about them. Oh, maybe they will. Oh, no. They're just trying to sell it as a thing. But these funeral stones for Akhmosis that were all over Egypt, these funeral stones stated that Ahmoses might come. So this dynasty, these funeral stones are the 18th dynasty. And as you can see, the funeral stones are called Dejahuti. The name Dejahuti is written on them. I wanted to find the article that explains to you that this is the name and titleage of Ahmoses was given on the funeral stones, where it's declaring Ahmoses as Dejahuti. Many of you know that we go through that because of uh, nope, that's not it. Let me having so much stuff open, and I try not to close it and open it again. I don't have time. All right. Um, so we always go back to this, try to make this clear so we get this right. We don't want nobody to be lost in the components. But when we go here, you see there's a whole story here of Moses in the Ethiopian kings list. He meets the Cushite wife. And Moses is said to have been called Hermes by the Egyptians. Hermes is Dejahuti. So we're speaking about the 18th dynasty and the titleage that the Ethiopians put on this person, Moses, Dejahuti. So we know Dejahuti in the 18th dynasty at this time period is called Ahmoses. So now Ahmoses then falls into the position of Moses. Now I want you to see this now because there's two sciences here. So Ahmoses, the historical veil is Moses, but that's Ahmoses. But now the story started off with Mary, the daughter of Amram. But Mary, the mother of Isa, of Jesus, shouldn't be in the time of Moses. So we always know the story goes Mary, Joseph, and Jesus. Mary, the mother, Joseph, the father, Jesus, the son. So when we get to this story, Ahmoses and Moses, we say, okay, well, Ahmoses and Moses match because historically, the Bible tells you that Moses goes to Ethiopia. Let's make sure we put it all on there. Moses goes down into Ethiopia and he meets Zipporah. Most Bibles call Zipporah Midianite, which is important because Midian comes from Keturah, who is one of the lineages that the story tells you that Abraham went to. But that takes you in a whole nother level. But the Midianites are called Ethiopians. And the father-in-law of Zipporah, who Moses marries, his name is Jethro. But Jethro is not a name, it's a title. Jethro means your excellency. So earlier we said that Ahmoses' father-in-law, Syncreteo. Syncreteo is your excellency, the father-in-law. But now as we get to this story, we say, well, Mary, the daughter of Amram, the mother of Isa. So we look at that time period for Mary and Isa, but then we jump to the story of Moses and we track Moses to Dejahudi to Akmoses. Then we say, okay, well, Akmoses did the same thing as Moses. He went to Ethiopia and met his wife, just like Moses did. Akmoses married Nefertari. Moses married Zipporah. Okay. Moses gives his power to Joshua, which is Yahshua. Say it again. Moses gives his power to Joshua in English, which is Yahshua. But Moses, the husband of Nefertari, and they have a son, Amenhotep the first. So Moses gives his power to Amenhotep the first. But if he gives his power to Amenhotep the first, and his wife would represent Zipporah, Moses' wife, but we said the Quran said Mary, the mother of Isa, is the daughter of Amram. Well, we're trying to figure this out. So we know Moses, Akmoses, Dejahuti, but Moses and Joshua go together in the story. But Joshua comes from the Ephraim lineage. So that means Joshua comes from Joseph or Josephus, Cephas, Seph, Joseph. But in this story, they said Osasiph, and they placed this Osasiph with Moses. So people say, well, when you say, well, Moses and Moses, but Moses then represents the chosen lineage as a Joseph. But what's the key here? Because Joseph is called the Nagar, a master craftsman, a master builder. That's a title. He's a Hiram. So now Osaseph, Joseph, Moses to Akmoses, and Akmoses' power then goes to his son Amenhotep. So now we're looking at Joseph, Mary, or Nefertari, or Zipporah, but Nefertari has another name, which is Miri Aman, beloved of God, or Miriam, Mary. So now we go into the Quran and say, oh, we might have found Mary. And we found Isa because of Zipporah or Nefertari is Miriam. She gives birth to the son from Akmoses. And that son is Amenhotep. But that son is the same as who Akmoses gives power to. And Moses gave his power to Joshua. Wow. So Amenhotep's son would represent the Yahshua or the Isa. And the wife, Nefertari, would represent Mary. And then Akmoses really represents the Joseph because he's the keeper of the lineage. So you got Akmoses, the father, the mother, Miriam, Nefertari, and the son. And the son, the Yahshua, the Amenhotep the first. Now, the stringency of understanding that cipher or seeing that cipher or working with that light cipher then takes you into a parallel world where the people under Amenhotep the first, because Amenhotep the first goes and conquers a bunch of lands. And I'm gonna show you this. They're gonna say this. Let's see. So while the book of Joshua describes Joshua conquering and distributing the lands of Canaan, the historical veracity of this account is debated by scholars and is not universally accepted. While some evidence supports a period of Israelite settlement influence in the region, it doesn't directly confirm a large scale military conquest and detailed in the biblical text. There's no, Joseph didn't do all of those things in the Bible. There's no evidence of it historically. I mean, Joshua, excuse me, I said Joseph. Joshua did not do all of those wars. He said he went out and conquered all the people. I remember when we coming into the Pan-African movement and when you start talking about black knowledge, one of the things they show you is that in the Bible, they tell you Joshua went and killed all these Canaanite people and all these people. And then they say, man, these Hittites and these Canaanites and all these people was black. So then they start teaching you that, oh man, I don't like Joshua because he went and killed all the black people. But he's supposed to be Israelite, so he must be don't like black people. Why they kill? They don't accept Ham, Cam. What is it? See, so now we're being dictated into a programming, but then the historical fact is Joshua didn't do that. But now if we train ourselves to understand this historically, that Joshua is actually Amenhotep the first, then we do the same thing. We just said that Joshua conquered those lands, right? And there is no historical evidence of that. So, a lot of times, and that's why I love with the youth today, you can't just bring the Bible to them all kind of ways. They just have faith. All right. First I want to show you this. 12th dynasty, 14th dynasty, and Sumer. All right. So you have what's called the Sumerian civilizations had its own sets of dynasties, but the 12th dynasty of Egypt, of Kemet, they didn't put Canaan. I thought he was going to put the Canaan land too. Um, so both had interactions with the region of Canaan. The 12th dynasty expanded its territory eastward into Canaan during its peak. The 14th dynasty, likely composed of non-Egyptian rulers of Semitic origin, emerged during, this is why they say Sumer, during the period of Egypt's weakness following the 12th dynasty. We get to the 12th and 13th dynasty, we're talking about Abraham period. That's why I always tell everybody, listen to the story of Abraham, where he had to say that he was Sarah's brother, so that he could go through Egypt. But the point of this right here is to show you that Egypt, Kemet, is in Canaan. They're in Jerusalem. They're up in Sumer. So when we talk about somebody going back to take over the territory, see, that's not Israel's job. Israel just moved there according to the story. They weren't there in Canaan land. Melchizedek and the Canaanites was there, but Israel wasn't there. So when we talk about Joshua going and reclaiming the lands and taking back over the land, that wasn't Israel's lands. But the dynasties of Kemet, it was their lands. And when we get to the 18th dynasty, they went and reclaimed the lands, not Joshua. So now if you get that understanding and you follow the kings and the eras after that, after this period going into there, you'll see that all of your Israel kings or the lineages have seals, Kemetic seals. They have Kemetic seals. They have Kemetic seals. And that's important. Now, swing this all the way around. And we're gonna, I'm trying to meet our 12 o'clock time period, y'all. Book of Yasher on, and this is where it gets good. So we got the Book of Yasher. We have the Book of Yasher. And this is why I like to tell you this is an African story. This is black people. This is family, cousins, and so forth, different legacies of our heritage. And they were going through certain battles. And we were divided. Remember in the Ethiopians' kings list, you have Cam and you have Aram. Aram or Ori and Cam became divided at a certain point in time. They fought. And that's why all of the historians say a Kushite empire divided amongst itself. So here in this story, this is very important. And in the third year from the birth of Moses, Pharaoh was sitting at a banquet when Alparanith, Alparanith, the queen, was sitting at his right, and Bathia at his left. And the lad Moses was laying upon her bosom, and Balaam, the son of Beor, with his two sons, and all of the prince of the kingdom were sitting at the table in the king's presence. And the lad stretched forth his hand upon the king's head and took the crown from the king's head and placed it on his own head. So why did Moses do that? Because now that's a sign that Moses wants to take the crown from the king. This child. So now we're going to get the story good here. So we said earlier there came a Pharaoh who knew not Joseph. There came a Pharaoh who knew not Joseph. Okay. There came a Pharaoh who knew not Joseph. But when we speak about the Hyksos invading into Egypt, we learn that the Hyksos is part Aram, the Aram dynasty of Ethiopia, the Ori. But Ori was casted, the Aram dynasty was casted out of the land by Cam because they had amalgamated with the fallen ones. So they ran them out of the land. Not all of them, but many of them still were coming back and forth. Now, I want you to understand that because this is going to take your story to a whole nother level here. So now you have, the lad Moses was lying upon her bosom, and Balaam, the son of Beor, with his two sons, Balaam and his two sons, Balaam, and all the princes of the kingdom were sitting at the table at the king's presence, and the lad stretched forth his hand upon the king's head and took the crown from the king's head and placed it on his own head. And when the king and the prince saw the work which the boy had done, the king and the prince were terrified. And one man to his neighbor expressed astonishment. And the king said unto the prince who were before him at the table, what speak you? What say you, O ye prince, in this matter? And what is to be judged, be the judgment against the boy on account of this? And Balaam, now listen now, the son of Beor, who they call a magician, answered before the king and the prince, and he said, remember now, O my lord and king, the dream which thou thus did dream many days since that which thy servant interpreted upon thee. Now, therefore, this is a child from the Hebrew children, in whom is the Spirit of God. And let not my lord the king imagine that this youngster did this thing without knowledge, for he is a Hebrew boy. This is why I'm gonna break this down back to you now, because remember now, this is the book of Yasher, but the Jews are interpreting on a certain level. For he is a Hebrew boy, and wisdom and understanding are with him. Although he is yet a child, and with wisdom has he done this, and chosen unto himself the kingdom of Egypt. So they say Moses, when he grabbed his crown off the king's head, he chose to be the king. So now everybody's saying, watch him. For this is the manner of all Hebrews, to deceive kings and their nobles, and to do all these things cunningly, in order to make the king of the earth and their men tremble. Surely thou knowest that Abraham, their father, acted thus, who deceived an army of Nimrod, king of Babel, Abimelech, king of Gerar, and he possessed himself of the land of the children of Heth and all the kingdoms of Canaan. And that he descended into Egypt and said of Sarah, his wife, she is my sister, in order to mislead Egypt and her king. His son Isaac also did so when he went into Gerar and dwelt there, and his strength prevailed over the army of Amalek and the kings of the Philistines. He also thought of making the kingdom of Philistines stumble, and saying that Rebekah, his wife, was his sister. Same story. Jacob also dealt treacherously with his brother, and took from his hand his birthright and his blessing. He went then to Pandan Aram, the house of Laban, his mother's brother, and cunningly obtained from his daughter, his cattle and all belongs to him, and fled away and returned to the land of Canaan to his father. Damn, these some deceptive people doing some stuff here. What they doing? His sons sold their brother Joseph, who went down into Egypt and became a slave, and was placed in the prison house for 12 years, until the former Pharaoh dreamed dreams. To the former Pharaoh dreamed dreams, and withdrew him from the prison house, and magnified him above all the princes in Egypt on account of his interpreting his dreams. And to him, and when God caused a famine throughout the land, he sent for and brought his father and all his brothers and the whole of his father's house, and supported them without a price or reward, and brought the Egyptians and bought the Egyptians for slaves. Now, therefore, my Lord King, behold, this child has risen up in their stead in Egypt, to do according to their deeds, and to trifle with every king, prince, and judge. If it please the king, let us now spill his blood upon the ground, lest he grow up and take away the government from thy land, and the hope of Egypt perish after he shall have reigned. And Balaam said to the king, let us moreover call for all the judges of Egypt and the wise men thereof, and let us know if the judgment of death is due to this boy, as thou didst say, and then we slay him. And the Pharaoh sent and called for all the wise men of Egypt, and they came before the king, and the angel of the Lord came amongst them, and he was like one of the wise men. And the king said to the wise men, surely you have heard what this boy who is in the house has done, and thus has Balaam judged in the matter. Now the judge you also and see what now judge you also and see what is due for the boy for the act that he has committed. And the angel who seemed like one of the wise men, and the angel who seemed like one of the wise men of the Pharaoh answered and said follows, before all the wise men of Egypt and before the kings and prince, if it please the king, let the king send for men who shall bring before him an onyx stone and a coal of fire, and place them before the child. And if the child shall stretch forth his hand and take the onyx stone, then shall we know that with wisdom has the youth done all that has done, and we must slay him. But if he stretch forth his hand upon the coal, then we shall know that it was not with knowledge that he did this thing, and he shall live. And the thing seemed good in the eyes of the king and the prince. So the king did according to the words of the angel of the Lord. And the king ordered onyx stone and a coal to be brought and placed before Moses. And they placed the boy before them, and the lad endeavored to stretch forth his hand to the onyx stone. But the angel of the Lord took his hand and placed it upon the coal, and the coal became extinguished in his hand. And he lifted it up and put it up into his mouth and burned part of his lips and the part of his tongue. And he became heavy in mouth and tongue. Remember they said Moses couldn't speak good? And he used to get Aaron to talk for him. And when the king and the prince saw this, they knew Moses had not acted with wisdom in taking off the crown from the king's head. So the king and the princes refrained from slaying the child. So Moses remained in the Pharaoh's house growing up, and the Lord was with him. Now, we just had a whole section of this, and they told him all the counsel which Balaam the son of Beor had counseled against him. They talk about Moses and counseled against him, and what he had also counseled against him in order to slay him when he was taking the king's crown off. And when Moses heard these things, it angered was kindled against Balaam, and he sought to kill him, and he was in ambush for him day by day. And Balaam was afraid of Moses, and he and his two sons rose up and went forth from Egypt, and they fled and delivered their soul and betook themselves to the land of Cush, to Ki Anus, king of Cush. And Moses was in the king's house, going out and coming in, and the Lord gave him favor in the eyes of the Pharaoh, in the eyes of all the servants, in the eyes of all the people of Egypt, and they loved Moses exceedingly. And the day arrived when Moses went to Goshen to see his brethren, that he saw the children of Israel and their burden and their hard labor. Moses was grieved on their account, and Moses returned to Egypt and came to the house of the Pharaoh and came before the king. And Moses bowed down before the king. And Moses said unto Pharaoh, I pray thee, my Lord, I have come to seek a small request for thee. Turn not my face away empty. And he had got the proclamation to let them work only 6 days, and on the seventh day they shall rest and shall not perform work. But you now have to see that this whole thing is going on. And Balaam is who? Who is Balaam? So now as we look into this, I'm going to go a little further. So now in Balaam, we have to look at who Balaam is. Balaam is linked to the Magi's, the wise men who followed the star to Bethlehem to visit Jesus, the book of Numbers. The prophecy about a star rising from Jacob, which some Christians interpret as the prophecy of the Messiah's birth. All right, let's go somewhere else right here, right quick. In this last story, you seen that Balaam advised to the king and to protect the crown, and who held the crown and advised. So now we see that they say Balaam's prophecy of a star rising from Jacob, which some Christians interpreted as the prophecy of the Messiah's birth, echoing the story of the Magi's. So we always explain that the Council of Nice took the prophecy of Balaam and they created the story of Jesus. Now, some people have argued against Balaam and said that Balaam went against the ways and he was unrighteous and he led Israel astray. But, we read a whole lot of story. Then in the end, Balaam ran to Cush. To Cush. Now, this is important because he was afraid, but there's an exchange going on. Let's go a little further. Let's go a little further. So in the Bible, some people say Balaam is, let's do this. In the story, Balaam in Numbers, he instructed Balak to have build 7 altars and offer 7 bulls, 7 rams as a sacrifice. Balak follows Balaam's instruction, offering a bull and a ram on each altar. Balaam then tells Balak that he will go to the higher place to see if the Lord will speak to him, and then will return to Balak with whatever the Lord reveals. Okay. Then Balaam said to King Balak, build me 7 altars. So now they say there's this altars and there's 7 sacrifices and so forth. Now, and this is the story that is used on a certain level to say that Balaam led the people astray. Now, I'm going to go here before we get all the way there. So you see these names at the end. You should pay attention to them. So, I didn't mean to do that. Well, I guess I did. So Balaam, wrong one. Balaam in religious interpretations, Balaam is linked to the Magi's. To the Magi's. To the Magi's. Very important now because the Magi's follow star knowledge. And they were supposed to be following the star knowledge to the birth of Jesus. But we just read that Yahshua is Joshua or Amenhotep. And this is 1,500 years before the Jesus. And Amenhotep follows in a helix star process, but we just dealt with Joseph, Mary, Jesus being Ahmosis, Nefertari, or Miriam, and Amenhotep. And we tracked it through the Joseph story. Because Joseph in Israel was the birthright going to Ephraim, and Ephraim being tracked to Joshua or Yahshua. So now when we get to Balaam giving star knowledge, it's who's to come next. So in the story, they've led us to think that Balaam and them, they were doing the star knowledge, but it was for the birth of Jesus. But he gave a star prophecy. He gave the star prophecy. The council of Nice took it. The children of Israel and them went to do their own thing. Just I'm saying it in that way. And in their story, Balaam is an evil witch doctor, and the God used him, but he's a root doctor, a soothsayer. But the Magi's come out of him. And the Magi are the keepers of the star knowledge that supposedly follow to the Christ. So let's do the three wise men. So you have your three wise men. You have Balthazar, Gaspar or Caspar, and Melchior. Okay? Balthazar, they always give him either Ethiopia or Arabia, or they just say he black. The rest of them, they kind of throw us off. They don't really tell us too much about him. But then they give them to Iran, India, or Persia. And then when we track based on the Kushite lineage, we know that Iran and all of these areas up into the Persia area were called Kush or Ethiopia. So then we start to understand that the three wise men are Ethiopian kings. The three wise men are Ethiopian kings who are keepers of the star knowledge. Now, remember Aram and Cam, Aram and Cam, or Aram, which is Ori, and Cam had a falling out. So you got to read all through this for them. But these three wise men, Balthazar, Melchior, Caspar, are three Ethiopian kings. But let's go one more step. Let's get this before we hit the last key and close it out. So when we get to so when we get to, I guess when I open other stuff up, it moves. All right, so I'm gonna have to come back up here. So I'm glad I seen that. Um, God, I don't see it. I know it's just looked at it. Or maybe it's closed itself out. Hold on. Beat my eyes right now. All right, so I just go to the regular one. I know I had it open all the way. So when we get to this Ethiopian scroll, it explains to us that according to the Ethiopian history, the Metashah, the Dejan Shua, which was a scroll found in the Nubian church of the Empire of Ethiopia, and it speaks of Melchizedek. We've read this. We go down. We say Melchizedek had a son named Ethel. Ethel became known as Ethiop or Ethiopius, and the land in which he moved to later on became settled in, became known as Ethiopia. So we trace the word Ethiopia or the titlage of Ethiopia back to Melchizedek. We trace the word Ethiopia back to Melchizedek. Now we go through Melchizedek's son Ethiop, and we track the lineage because under Ethel became Ethiop, the land which he settled, and 2,000 years later, the descendants of Ethiop became 12 kings in the Ethiopian Empire. So where are these 12 kings? Where are these 12 kingdoms? Because there are 12 kings, there are 12 kingdoms in the Ethiopian Empire. Where they at? Now, Ethiop begot 13 kids. And we go through his 13 kids lineage. Beor begot Ram. Aram begot Nog, who begot Hog, who begot Beor, who begot Bilam, who is the prophet in Sinai, who prophesies the birth of Jesus as a star. That's who Balaam is. So Balaam is a child of Aram, but he's also a descendant of Melchizedek. Now, if you track the Aram lineage and you track the Cam lineage, but some of the Arams still had relationships with some of the Cam or Cush, half Ham, but they still one family. But the story gets confusing if you try to separate all of these families in a certain level. Assyrians, Moabites, Cushites, Canaanites, but they're a one group of people in a certain aspect. Just like today, you got blacks in America, so you got the Miami type of blacks, you got the New York type of black, you got the Georgia type black, you got West Coast type black, then you got Jamaica type of black, and all of them function in different forms. They use different language, lingos. They almost got same language, but some of the way we talk is different. So if people track this history today, it would be some of the same confusing, but you're talking about the same people. So now we see Balaam is attached to this Melchizedek, right? So one thing about Melchizedek, and you learn this from, and I'm just trying to get y'all to understand what happens in this story. You learn this from the Essenes or the Nazarenes. Try to show something. If I can, I just had to put Essenes by itself. So you have these Essenes under the Hasmoneans, Maccabees, Nazarenes, who were rebelling against the Seleucid Platonius invasion, who were coming under the Herod, and they put false priests into the temple. They took over. The priests were making sacrifices in the temple, and there were those that said, that ain't our way. We don't do that. So the Essenes and the Maccabees all backed away from the false priests that they put in place because they didn't do blood sacrifice. They weren't with animal sacrifice. They differed with a form of ritual. That's why Melchizedek is always about bread and wine. Bread and wine. So Balaam is a grandson of Melchizedek. The orders under Melchizedek, the Essenes and Nazarenes, they didn't do blood sacrifice. So they took this story and they made you believe that Balaam was this evil soothsayer priest. They're going to take his prophecy. Oh, yeah, he gave the prophecy of the star. We're going to take that. But he's this evil soothsayer priest, and he led the people, Israel, astray, and da-da-da-da. And they teach you all this about Balaam. But it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. Now, there's a war going on between our families in those areas, but how the European is taking the biblical aspect of it to take Balaam away from Melchizedek and not deal with the star knowledge, which comes back to us, the Sirius star, which comes back to us, our ancient ways. So when we get to this, it brings us to some facts of Balaam. But hold on. Shoot. It brings us to the facts of Balaam in the star prophecies and who he is. And off of this lineage, he is the Bible known as Balaam. Balaam begot Kermid, who begot Shemshel, a female great prophetess who was able to raise the dead. I thought they said only Jesus did that. But here go a woman? Huh? Here go a woman raising the dead? So who this Balaam family is? Who are they? So now go a little further and we're gonna about to close. We're gonna go a little bit, few minutes, but we're gonna come up out of this. I gotta go back here first. So Balaam gives the star knowledge. The star knowledge is received. The three wise men, Balthazar, Melachah, it's like Malachi, or Ori, Malachi, or Osar, Seth, Caspar, and when the Europeans teach us this, some traditions portray them as kings from the current lands, such as Persia, India, and Arabia. Arabia, y'all know that's Yemen, and then they say Ethiopia as well. So we have to figure this out. So I'm gonna take this right here. Uh, show you the key here. This is why I tell people don't reject the Ethiopian Orthodox Church because the knowledge is hidden in them. The Gospel of Matthew does not give the names of the Magi, but their traditional names are inscribed in Greek manuscripts from 500 AD, translated into Latin, and commonly accepted as the source of the names. In original manuscripts, Balthazar is called Besira, which later developed into Balthazar and Western. In early artistic depictions, Balthazar was represented as a white man. In the 8th century text by the author Sude Bedo, he is described as being a dark, fully bearded king and king from the 16th century onward. He was occasionally depicted with the black African servants. Balthazar was first depicted as a black African himself in the 15th century in the European Renaissance art. The increase in the depiction of Balthazar as a black man from the 15th century onward coincided with the development of the Portuguese Atlantic slave trade in the 15th. As part of Magi, Balthazar followed the Star of Bethlehem, the first to the place of Herod of the Great, who instructed them to return to him when they found the child Jesus, or the Christ, or the Star King. And when they arrived at the house, the Magi's worshiped and presented the gifts. So here goes Balthazar. All right. So here we go. In general, assume that Magi were of the Zoroastrian origin. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tewido Church has an ancient tradition identifying Balthazar with Bazin of Axum. Very important here. But before we go to Bazin, we're going to come back down here because this is what we said. We went to the Ethiopians Kings list, and Bazin is the king here. Then they say before Christ, after Christ. Before Christ is 165 reigning sovereigns, those who reigned after the birth of Christ, right? But the last one is Bazin, who is also called Balthazar. Very important here. Balthazar is Bazin. Well, look and see who Bazin is now. Let's see what they got to say. They don't say too much. See, they don't put too much in here. Ethiopia Regnal list largely agrees that Basin's reign began 8 years before the birth of Christ. Oral lists recorded by James the Bruce Henry the Salt claim that Basin reigned for 16 years. A manuscript held in the British Museum also recorded a 16-year reign for this king. However, different written lists quoted by Pedro Pérez claim this king reigned for 17 years instead. The 1922 regal list quoted by Prince Regent Tafari Makonnen, His Imperial Majesty Ali Selassie, claims this king reigned for 17 years from 8 BC to 9 AD. Boy, this is, remember our brother Rasifa tells us about this time period and how the times changed and what they did. But with the dates following the Ethiopian calendar, the Ethiopian historian Phesis Yazi Kasa stated the king reigned for 6 years. The Egyptologist Henry Salt claimed he saw an ancient inscription on a stone in the church of Axum stating this is a sepulchre stone of Basin. He did, however, claim that this was the name of several Abyssinian kings. So he may not have been referring to the Pacific king. Wow. Ethiopian Orthodox Tawido Church has an ancient tradition identifying Basin of Axum with Balthazar and one of the biblical Magi's. The Magi's. And then this goes back to Ethiopia. See, because ain't nobody else the Magi's. Okay, let's let's go a little bit further for this to close this out. Now, everybody's recognized, they recognize Basin on another level. So Balthazar on another level, or Balaam, tracking this to them. So we know that Balaam is linked to the Magi's, the wise men who follow the star of Bethlehem to visit. So we're getting into this key here. Got to educate you so you know the story. Then you can go back and do your own continued studies. So here, the Quran, again, because we order the Quran to do chronology or correction. The Quran doesn't explicitly mention Zoroaster by name, but it does refer to Zoroaster as a Magian, the Magi's. The Magi's. So what I'm leading you to understand is that Balaam walked away or moved away from what we would call when you're trying to correct these stories and you have to keep using uh, I guess you could say the veiled word. Balaam uh, got it right. Yeah, I just had to read it. I just wanted to read that real quick. All right. So if it's not right here, hold on. I don't like saying it, even though I could just say it out my mouth. I'd just rather read something else with you. But Balaam is also known as Zoroaster. Balaam is also known as Zoroaster. And Zoroaster is a very interesting person. And the beliefs of Zoroaster are very interesting. Okay, here we go. The Quran doesn't explicitly mention Zoroaster by name, but it does in certain levels. While the Quran doesn't name Zoroaster, it does reference the Zoroastrianism faith through the terms of Magians, Magus, the Magi. Okay, so most people here don't know nothing about Zoroastrianism. Both Islam and Zoroastrianism share belief in the oneness of God. Wow. Though with different names, Allah for the Muslims, Azur Mazad for Zoroastrianism, and attributes. Zoroaster as a potential prophet. Some Muslims believe Zoroaster was a prophet, drawing parallels between his teachings and the Abrahamic religions. Hmm, that's real interesting. Now, let's do something that I thought I had it open. So let's get something on. If Zoroaster and Balaam have a certain level, let's see what happens. No, Zoroaster rejected blood sacrifice. While his teachings emphasize ethical behavior in the worship of Azur Mazada, he did not advocate for animal sacrifice. In fact, he was known for opposing animal sacrifice and the use of the Homer plant in rituals. Instead, he focused on the importance of fire. Naya Bingyaya, fire burn. See where you get your things where you burn the fire and you chant and you beat the drum. Come from Zoroastrianism. Oh, let me stop before I hurt somebody feeling about where they think. And as a symbol of Aurora Mazda and the purity, Zoroaster's teaching significantly impacted the development of Zoroastrianism, a religion that emphasized monotheism and ethical conduct. While some earlier Indo-Iranian religions practiced animal sacrifice, Zoroaster's message included a rejection of such practices. Instead, Zoroaster emphasized the worship of our Aura Mazda and the one true God and the importance of ethical behavior as the foundation of righteous life. So let's do one more thing. So, Zoroaster is also known as Zarathustra, um, the two Babylonians, by Reverend. Oh man, I can't call his name. That's what I thought. It's a good book to read to get a very clear understanding of what this name actually means. And you kind of get what Zoroaster is coming from. Was an influential religious reformer and founder of Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest monotheistic faiths. His life detail remains largely obscure, but his life remains largely obscure. But tradition suggests he lived around 628 to 555 BC, with significant events attributed to him according during his time. Zoroaster is known for his visions, teachings, which emphasize the worship of Azur Mazda, the one true God, while advocating for ethical living and rejection of polytheism and animal sacrifice prevalent in the pre-Zoroastrian Persian religion. His core belief highlighted the cosmic struggle between good and evil, framing history as a battle between Azur and Ahriman, the embodiment of evil. Zoroastrianism introduced concepts such as judgment after death, heaven and hell, the importance of individual morals, responsibilities. Rituals play a significant role in the practice of this faith, with the focus on purity and fire as a symbol of sanctity. The religion also maintains a unique funerary practice where bodies are exposed to the elements to avoid contaminating sacred elements like fire and earth. Over the centuries, Zoroastrianism underwent various transformations and faced challenges, especially after the Muslim conquest of Persia, leading many followers to migrate to India, where they are known as Parsi today. The teachings of Zoroastrians have left an enduring legacy. When you do your research, what you think you call angels in the Christian religion, in the Islamic religion, it comes from Zoroastrianism. Um, it comes from Zoroastrianism. And I hit it, yeah. Yeah. So as we looked at that story of Moses and the history of Balaam and Moses, And then we first tracked Moses to Dejahuti to Akmoses. And we went through all that. Then we went from that to the Jesus, trying to understand the Jesus and so forth. But this is the closing
A
video.
chip, a stone, a piece of plant, a piece of skin, anything. Closeted rooms beneath the museums, but we don't. What this meant was, in short, but could be used to support the scriptural teaching of the time, then we, the public, would be informed about it. Anything else was mythology. If it did not suit the interpretation, it was not destined to see the light of day in the public domain. That was 100 years ago. We still suffer from many of these types of regulation today. There is a hell of a lot discovered out there in these countries that we don't get to hear about. It's put under wraps, it's kept in closeted rooms beneath the museums, but we don't get to learn the truth of it. So what we're going to do, I think, today really is just to look at one example of a particularly monumentous find of that era, of the late 1800s. We'll look at one particular discovery just to give you an idea of the sort of thing that has been veiled from us. In my opinion, this is probably the most important biblical discovery ever made. There is little, if anything, beyond academic and closeted circles that are written about it at all. Within the context of the book of Exodus, there's a significant mountain named in the Bible. It sits in the range of the Sinai Peninsula, which is an upturned triangle that's between Egypt and Jordan. It's firstly called Mount Horeb, it's secondly called Mount Sinai, it's then called Mount Horeb again, and that's the name that it sticks with as the story progresses. And the story, of course, is that of Moses bringing the Israelites out of Egypt, and they meet with Jehovah on the holy mountain of Horeb in Sinai. At the time of Moses, roughly 1360 BC, that sort of era, there actually was no mountain called Mount Sinai. We must know that at the outset. There wasn't even a mountain by that name in the time of Jesus, and not even for another 300 or 400 years did Mount Sinai exist in geographical record. The translation of the Old Testament that we have today was compiled in a little before the year 1000. It is actually 600 years newer than the New Testament that we have today. So giving places names that they knew about in the year 1000, when the Crusades were thought about being launched and that sort of thing, they were giving places names that they knew at that time, not necessarily names that applied back in the time of Moses and the others, so that the people of that era would know exactly where they were talking about. Now, the mountain generally called Mount Sinai now sits in the south of that triangular peninsula. It was actually given its name and called Mount Sinai in the 4th century. A mission of Greek Christian monks decided to build a little mission there, and they decided that this was Mount Sinai of the Bible. It's sometimes called Jebel Musa, which means Mount of Moses. And there's a small Christian retreat there today. It's called St. Catherine's Monastery. But was that the mountain that actually was the Mount Sinai of the Bible, or the Mount Horeb of the Bible? It transpires that it was not. Exodus actually goes to some lengths to explain to us exactly where this magical mountain was. The mountain that Moses and the Israelites went to on their way from Egypt across to the land of Midian. It tells us that they crossed the wilderness regions of Shur and Paran, and they came to this mountain. Well, in actual fact, if one follows the route on the map, exactly the route that's given to us in Exodus, that they are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the Mount Sinai that sits on our maps today. In fact, they travel so north across Sinai that they are within hundreds of miles of the Red Sea. They actually crossed the strip of land at the top where the Suez Canal sits today. So it seems rather strange that they should have diverted by hundreds of miles to cross the Red Sea at a point where Moses had to part the waters. Wasn't the case. They were very north of that, and it tells us where they went across there. It tells us exactly where Mount Horeb was. The word Horeb is an Arabic word. It simply means desert. Mount Horeb was desert mountain. And desert mountain is something which has been well known for a long, long time. And at the moment, this time and for this century, it's been called the mountain of Serabit El Kadim, the prominence of the Kadim. This sits about 2,600 feet above sea level, exactly where Exodus tells us it was, on the route from Egypt, the land of Goshen, across to the land of Midian. When in the late 1890s, the British Egyptologist Sir Flinders Petrie of the University College in London decided to apply to the Egyptian Exploration Fund for money to go and investigate this mountain. By 1904, he and the team were there. They were standing at the foot of Mount Serabit, and in the following year, Petrie published privately the results of their findings with photographs, records and maps. But he added to his notes to this publication that the report that he made, despite its funding source, would not generally be made public by the Egyptian Exploration Fund. The subscribers to the fund would receive maps, they would receive little bits of information, but the detail of what they found would not be mentioned at all. The officers would simply tell even their own members what they wanted to tell from the results of Petrie's findings. Why? Had he in fact broken some regulation of the articles? Had he found something that he wasn't supposed to find? Well, that's exactly what had happened. He discovered the secret of this magical, sacred mountain of Moses. A secret which not only made absolute sense of the portrayals that we have in Exodus, but which blew the lid totally from the common scriptural interpretation of that. Sinai was not a foreign land to the Egyptians. It was actually part of Egypt. It came under pharaonic control. So Moses and the Israelites, when they left Egypt and crossed into Sinai, were theoretically, for that moment in time, still in Egypt. Sinai came under the control of some particular public officials. One was called the Royal Chancellor, other was called the Royal Messenger, and these people governed Sinai. Moses' era was the era of Egypt's 18th dynasty, and in fact we know exactly who the governors of Sinai were in the 18th dynasty. We know their names, we know their families. The Royal Messenger was a guy called Nebi, and he was also mayor and troop commander in the town of Zaru, which in fact was the chief town in Goshen where the Israelites had come from. It's where they spent their years in Egypt. The Royal Chancellor was held in the family of Par-Nihas. Panahesi of this family was the official governor of Sinai at the time. The family of Par-Nihas goes right back into the kingship of ancient Troy. It's a family that moves through kingship all the way through history, and at that time Par-Nihas was governing Canaan. The Bible calls him Phineas. So when we read about Phineas becoming one of the first priests of the Egyptian church, of the Israelite church, this is Par-Nihas. This is the governor of Sinai, a very important man. Another thing to understand before we follow Petrie into the discovery is that there was an immense difference at the time, although the Bible doesn't make it clear, between a group of people called Hebrews and a group of people called Israelites. They weren't the same thing at all. The Hebrews were the family descendants of Abraham. They were descendants of his line, and in essence they lived in the land of Canaan and in Palestine. The Israelites were no more nor less than the descendants of one of Abraham's grandsons. This was the grandson called Jacob, who changed his name to Israel, who took the family to Egypt, where they spent many centuries before coming out with Moses. And this family were called Israelites, children of Israel, the founder of the family. So what we have to recognize about the story of the mountain of Moses is that when Moses came out of Egypt, he came out of Egypt with Israelites, not with Hebrews. The whole point of the story of the laws and the ordinances given at Mount Horeb, Mount Sinai, was really a part of bringing the Israelites back into the Hebrew community, a foreign land, where they actually had to learn new rules, new regulations, new laws, to be part of the family that they themselves originally grew from. So that's kind of where it sits. Israelites were not Hebrews. In time to come, the word Jews comes up in history, Judeans. They weren't necessarily Hebrews or Israelites, they were simply people who lived in Judea. Today, all of these words get roped into one, and they're sort of one people. So the Israelites had spent something like 400 odd years living in a part of Egypt, up there in the Nile Delta, in the land of Goshen, the city of which was Zaru. Through 400 years, having no contacts personally, hardly at all, with their Hebrew relatives in Canaan, they grew up in a completely different environment. They grew up in an environment that didn't have this single Jehovah God as their God. They grew up in a country with a pantheon of gods. It was the Egyptian law that they followed. However, being of the family that they were, they still hit upon the idea of following a kind of Hebrew concept. And they had a one God concept among themselves in Goshen. They simply called this God Lord, Adonai, my Lord. And this is one of the reasons why the names Lord and Jehovah crop up independently in the Bible. But we read them as if they're talking about the same person. For the most part, they're not. One God was the Lord, the other God was Jehovah. Jehovah was strictly for the Hebrews. To the Egyptians, the name Adon was pronounced Aten, A-T-E-N, and it's from that we get the name of Pharaoh Akhenaten, servant of Aten. This was a one-God concept which Akhenaten brought into Egypt just before the time of Moses. So even Egypt had within that Goshen area this one God ideal. Across the water, the Hebrews had the one God ideal, but it was a different God. So when Moses came into Sinai with the Israelites, they didn't arrive as worshippers of Jehovah when they got to this magic mountain. They were worshippers of Aten. And it was for this very reason, as I mentioned, that they were given a whole new set of laws and ordinances to comply with the Hebrew culture of their prospective new homeland. So back to Flinders Petrie. He goes to the mountain, and he knows that there's going to be something there. Quite how he knows, he doesn't explain, but he knows that this is the mountain, and he knows that if he looks hard enough, he's going to find a secret there. Well, to start with, they found nothing very much at all. But on a wide plateau, very near the summit of this mountain, they found things that made them believe there had been habitation there. There were things around that looked like buildings sticking out of this plateau, 2,600 feet up a mountain. There were great pillars, standing stones protruding out of a whole heap of rubble. So he decided to have a look and see what was underneath this rubble. This rubble had been deposited by winds and landslides over 3,000 years. But when it was finally moved away, Petrie wrote at that time, "There is no other monument known which makes us regret more that it is not in better preservation. The whole of this was buried. No one had any knowledge of it until we cleared the site." What they found high up on Mount Horeb, 2,000 feet above sea level, was an enormous Egyptian temple. 230 feet of it spread out above ground, another part of it spread out within a cave below ground, cut into the mountainside with shored edges and polished sides. And the various inscriptions and cartouches around this temple and on the walls and the standing stones led him to discover that this had been an operative Egyptian temple right back to the time of the very first dynasty of Egypt. We're looking at Moses in the 18th dynasty of Egypt, so that's going back a long, long way. And this temple had been operative all through that time, 3000 BC. The above ground part of the temple was mostly sandstone, quarried from the mountain itself. It comprised a series of halls and corridors, shrines, cubicles, chambers, and of these, the features that are now open for inspection are the main sanctuary, the Shrine of Kings, the portico court. These are big. The hall of the goddess Hathor. The whole of this temple complex that Moses took the Israelites to, where they apparently met with Jehovah to receive the Ten Commandments and the new ordinances, was a temple of the goddess Hathor. She appears on reliefs all around the place. The cave cut into the rock is dedicated to Hathor. The walls that are smoothed and polished like marble have her pictures all over them. And yet this is supposed to be the magic mountain of Jehovah. Deep within the cave, Petrie found a limestone standing stone of the pharaoh Ramesses I. Now, all of the experts today tell us that Ramesses was a hater of the Aten cult in Egypt. Not what Ramesses himself said. He describes himself with the title, I am Ramesses, I am the ruler of all that Aten embraces. So the experts are telling us untruths even today about what these pharaohs were about. Also found was a statue head of the mother of Moses within this temple. So it proved that not only had it been in constant use right back from about 3000 BC, even by the time that Moses got there in about 1330 BC, it was already being used in that recent period. It was constantly in use, this great temple. In the halls and the courts of the outer temple, there are stone tanks, rectangular basins and baths and all sorts of curiously shaped tables and benches that nobody could make any sense out of. They didn't look like altars. They had recessed fronts, they had split level surfaces, and the whole thing reminded them more of a laboratory than it did of a temple. There were alabaster vases, there were containers, and all these are shaped like lotus flowers and things like that. There are all sorts of articles there. There were wands there. They called them wands. They were like little priest sticks. And even today, they can't quite work out what they're made of. The material is very, very hard. These things are all designed, but they're not designed in the normal Egyptian style. They have basket work. They have lattice work. They have a style of design that is more Mesopotamian than Egyptian. And yet, this is an Egyptian temple. They also found a few other very strange things. When they move into the Hathor temple complex, which appears to be the central point at where all of this energy comes from, they begin to find some strange things. Conical stones set very carefully on a shelf, little cones of stone. A metallurgist's crucible was very apparent. Now these kind of things began to get Petrie and his people wondering, well, what on earth had these things got to do with a temple? There was nothing in temple law that said that metallurgist crucibles were part of what went on. And all over the temple, all over the walls and on the various stones was something venerated, highly venerated within the temple complex, and it was called mufkuts. Doesn't mean a lot to us today, mufkuts. Okay, mufkuts. They found 2,600 feet above sea level in the mountain of the Bible, conical stones, metallurgist crucibles, tanks, basins, lotus flower equipment, all sorts of wands and tubing that look like a laboratory, and references venerating some mysterious substance called mufkuts. Now, they knew that these things were all linked together, but they didn't know how. So they began to try and work out what on earth mufkuts was. Some said it was probably copper. Many preferred the idea of turquoise. Others have supposed it was perhaps malachite. But the funny thing about these guesses was that none of these materials was apparent within the temple complex. There was no malachite, there was no turquoise, there was no copper. Sinai is noted for its turquoise mines, but if mining had been a primary function of that temple over 2,000 to 3,000 years, you'd expect to find turquoise stones in the tombs of Egypt. There are barely any at all. So if they were working for 3,000 years mining turquoise, they clearly only found about half a dozen. Copper, they said. Well, it didn't take them long to realize that if you were mining and smelting copper, you need very different equipment to this sort of equipment. This was not metal rectification equipment in the way that they knew it. Copper was apparent in Sinai, but down in the deep valleys there were smelting works, old smelting works, and they were nothing like this temple at all. There was no residue of copper anywhere except references to mufkuts. Another cause of wonderment as they traveled around this, as they kept removing all of this rubble, was that they kept seeing inscribed references to bread. Everywhere there were references to bread, and bread was always written alongside mufkuts. The other thing that happened all the time was that the most prominent of all the hieroglyphic signs outside that was the sign for light. Now, bread and light and mufkuts all seem to be equally important within this temple complex. This was nothing to do with copper. It had something to do with these strange tanks, these strange laboratory tables with their recessed fronts and split level surfaces. So, bread, mufkuts, light, conical stones, metallurgist crucibles, all of these posed a problem until they decided to clear the rubble from a series of square storerooms in one of the parts of the temple. As they removed the rubble, they came across slabs of stone beneath the rubble. They moved the slabs of stone, and beneath these, carefully stored in every one of about 4 or 5 of these large square rooms, a few inches deep, packed tight on the floor, were tons and tons of the finest, purest, unadulterated white powder. So, said the experts, this is clearly the result of copper smelting. This clearly was from the burning of plants to produce alkali. Quite why they would want to produce alkali, nobody really knew, but the more they tested it, the more they found that there was no plant residue there at all. And in fact, if they were going to have a temple for the burning of plants, they actually would have done better down in the valleys where there were more trees, not 2,600 feet up a mountain. So for want of any other explanation, it was decided that the white powder and the stones were perhaps associated with a sacrificial rite. They're clinging at straws here all the time, trying to work out what on earth this was. This is probably animal sacrifice. Well, as pointed out by somebody who wasn't even the brightest member of the team, this was an Egyptian temple. There is nothing anywhere in history which says that the Egyptians ever used animal sacrifice for anything. It wasn't part of their religious structure at all.
Oh.
They tested the powder, they winnowed it in the breeze, they did everything they could. There was not a bone, a chip, a stone, a piece of plant, a piece of skin, anything in this powder. And it was described as being hard-packed talcum powder, which was impalpable to touch and just blew away in the breeze the moment you flicked it into the air. Petrie wrote, "Though I searched these ashes in dozens of instances, winnowing them in a breeze, I never found a fragment of bone, skin, plant, or anything else." So some of the mysterious powder was sent back to Britain for analysis and examination. The results, for what they were never actually published. When people went back to have a look at the rest of the powder, and they reckoned there was about 50 tons of this, it had all, of course, been left a victim to the desert winds and erosion and rainfall and whatever, and that was the end of that. What became apparent, however, when checking out other inscriptions at the temple, was that this mufkuts, this powder, had something to do with what the Mesopotamians called highwood firestone. It's the same thing. Mufkuts turned out to be highwood firestone. They called it the sacred Shem Anna, from which derived, of course, the biblical word manna. And this is the importance of the word bread that kept appearing through the thing. There was some tie-up between this powder and the Shem Anna of of the Mesopotamians. Light, the word light was always there. Whenever Shemana was mentioned, whenever Mufkuts or Highwood Firestone was mentioned, the symbol for light was always there alongside it. It was decided, and it turns out probably quite correctly, that this Mufkut was exactly the same powder that the book of Exodus actually talks about. It tells us about powder. It tells us about the Israelites being fed with a particular powder at that time. It tells about the importance of manufacturing something called showbread for the tabernacle and the altar of the temple. Showbread is exactly the same as show manna, and shemana is exactly what the Mesopotamians used to call it. It's the same thing. But the book of Exodus tells us that the guy who made the showbread for Moses' tabernacle was a guy called Bezaleel. Now, Bezaleel, it goes to great pains to tell us, was a goldsmith and a master craftsman. So this fellow has got the instructions, and they're laid down in the Bible for us to read, to make candlesticks, to make golden bowls, to make platters, to make all the ornaments for the Ark of the Covenant, and to make this bread, the goldsmith. Master craftsman is a particularly important word, and the more I looked for this definition, master craftsman, the more I found, going back and back and back in time. The definition exists way back to about 4000 BC. These were the great Vulcans, the texts tell us. The master craftsmen were the great Vulcans. They were the people in charge of the furnaces. They were the people who made the Highwood Firestone. So as for the crucible and the conical stones and the tanks and the tables and all of the equipment at Sinai, it was actually determined by the Petri team that this temple was clearly a laboratory. So the report went back to London, and I began by telling you what they didn't tell us. What they'd found was the alchemical workshop of the Pharaoh Akhenaten and of the 18 dynasties of pharaohs before him. A temple laboratory where the furnace smoked and roared, just as the book of Exodus tells us, in the production of the Highwood Firestone, the Shemana. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because the Lord descended upon it in fire. The smoke ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the mountain quaked greatly. That's what it tells us. Prior to that, it came to pass that when the sun went down, it was dark, and behold, there was a smoking furnace. A burning lamp passed between the pieces. The burning bush seen by Moses, which was a fire, a blaze, exploded, but was not consumed, and an angel came out of it. If you think about it, it's pretty well identical to the experiment that David Hudson did with his pencil. The blaze of light. It had no effect on the object within it. It's the same story. In Exodus we read that Moses took the golden calf. We're now on the mountain. The Israelites had made a golden calf. He burnt it in the fire and ground it to a powder. Now, nobody has actually queried these words, it seems to me, but if you burn gold in a fire, you get molten. White powder. This was exactly the process of a Shemana furnace, as the Egyptian records tell us. And that's precisely what was going on at this temple. They were actually making this stuff. 50 tons of it. Moses' own great-grandfather was the Pharaoh Thutmose III. Thutmose III had reorganized the ancient mystery schools of Thoth in Egypt and founded the Royal School of the Master Craftsmen at Karnak. At the time they called them the Great White Brotherhood because of their preoccupation with a mysterious white powder. A branch of the fraternity became known as the Therapeutate. They were a healing community, so this had something to do with medicine as well. The Therapeutate, in fact, set up branches all over Palestine and Syria, and a branch of that Therapeutate were the Essenes at Qumran in the time of Jesus. So clearly, these guys were into this as well. Hathor. All of this is dedicated to Hathor, not to Jehovah. She was the great mother. She is the oldest identified deity figure of Egypt. She turns up on the oldest artifact ever known from 3000 odd BC. And her story, when it's being told in documented form, runs in parallel with a historical character called the great Vulcan, Tubal-Cain. Now, Tubal-Cain is actually mentioned in the Bible. Tubal-Cain was one of the descendants of Cain in the line from Eve. Tubal-Cain, even today, is revered by Freemasons worldwide. They don't know why, they just know that Tubal-Cain was very important and that Tubal-Cain was a master metallurgist. He was a great Vulcan. Now, Hathor's particularly interesting in Egypt because Hathor's not only there at the very beginning of Egyptian time, she's there at the very, very end of it. Right at the end of the Pharaonic era, when Queen Cleopatra is sort of winding down the whole thing and the Romans are moving in, and we're in about 30, 40 BC, she's the penultimate pharaoh of them all. Make sure that she has her one and only relief of her carved on the Temple of Hathor. Hathor's a nursing goddess. Hathor was said to be the daughter of Ra. She was said to have given birth to the sun. She was the queen of the West. She was the one who knew the right spells, whatever they were. She was the protectress of womanhood, the lady of the sycamore, wine, tombs, song. But the importance of Hathor was that it was from the powdered milk of Hathor that the pharaohs gained their divinity. Now, we know now what the powdered milk of Hathor was. It was the powder being manufactured at the Hathor temple. They wondered at the time why this would not have been done in Egypt. But as I said earlier, Sinai was Egypt. It was the same country. It just happened to be the other side of the water. Now, one of the rock carvings by the cave at the mountain is a representation of Moses' own great-grandfather, Thutmose IV, in the presence of Hathor. And on this wonderful carved relief stands topped with lotus flowers and a man presenting Thutmose with a loaf of white bread. A conical loaf of white bread. Another stela details the mason, Ankib, offering 2 conical bread cakes to the king. And there are portrayals of this all throughout this temple, these bread cakes, the importance of the muskuds, Hathor giving her divinity to the pharaoh. The man whose dynasty, and priests were dynastic as well as kings, the man whose dynasty went right through the government of this temple from the earliest times to the time even of Moses. Moses was a dynasty called Sobek-Hotep. And Sobek-Hotep is described as the overseer of the mountain and the overseer of the secrets of the house of gold. So there is no doubt whatever that we're dealing here with gold, and everything pointed to it as far as Petrie was concerned. But the Egypt Exploration Fund would have nothing to do with this. Reason being that in telling that story, which was a much more exciting story, we were not telling the story of the Ten Commandments and Moses and Jehovah on the mountain that the Bible told. Irrespective of the fact that this explains it better, this explains why they ended up on a mountain hundreds of miles off route, it's still better for them not to tell the story. Hathor was portrayed particularly by the pharaohs of the 4th dynasty. When you see their pictures, these old kingdom pharaohs of the 4th dynasty, Hathor is always there beside them. The 4th dynasty was the great dynasty of pyramid building. Pyramid building was directly related to this temple and the House of Gold. That's how they got their name. The word Pyr, P-Y-R, means fire. Pyramid simply denotes something that is begotten by fire. Hathor is very important in the pyramid era. She's very important to the pharaohs of that era, the pharaohs that were said to have built the great pyramids of Giza. What what was the link, I wondered. And I thought, well, I'm going to read these reports of Petrie. So I actually managed to get the reports to find out what was going on here. And Petrie was bothered by the same thing. He couldn't actually work out why this nursing goddess, this goddess whose milk gave the Pharaoh's divinity, was associated with building pyramids. Well, the answer actually was very, very clear-cut. Under the right circumstances, this powder is perfectly capable of transposing its own aspects to other things. This powder, if you remember the Hudson experiments, actually had its own weightlessness. It was exotic matter. Now, one of the great researchers into gravity from the 1960s was the Russian physicist Sakharov. And he wrote a lot about gravity at a 0 point. And he said this powder is exotic matter. He explained that it had, under testing, a gravitational attraction of less than 0. It weighed not only nothing, but this powder could weigh less than nothing. It's wholly exotic, he said. This powder can be made to move into a different dimension if we want it to. Not only can it itself weigh less than nothing, but its host can weigh less than nothing. Now, if you remember again the Hudson talks, remember the pan? The powder was in the pan. Not only did the powder lose its weightlessness, but so does the pan. So what emerges from this is that actually it doesn't matter whether it's a pan or a saucer or an enormous great block of stone.
The earliest known Africans to arrive in Europe, known as the Grimaldi people, migrated there about 40,000 years ago. As African civilization flourished, it passed its knowledge to the Mediterranean world. This period marked the second phase of Africa's contribution to universal civilization, where the values and advancements of Egyptian civilization were transmitted to Greece, and from there to the broader Western world. The Greeks who traveled to Egypt, such as Thales in the 6th century BCE, acquired knowledge that they later adapted and passed down.
Okay. Well, we looked at the teachings that were hidden and encoded in what later becomes biblical scripture, Islamic scripture. We find the root of that in Zoroastrianism. We find that Zoroaster is attached to Balaam. Balaam is attached to the Magi's. We find that these three kings are Ethiopian kings, and that woven in this story is an ancient Ethiopian Cushite story. We even looked at the story of Moses, and as we track through the history from Joshua to Moses, we find that there is no historical, physical evidence of these biblical characters. Even the wars of Joshua that were supposed to have been fought, we found that those wars were not fought by Joshua in those lands. In fact, the person that did go through the lands is Amenhotep I, the son of Akhmosis and Nefertari. Amenhotep I, the hidden name of Isa. The character Isa, or Jesus, was a formulated character out of the lives of not one person, but actually three. Actually, two historical characters and the metaphysical star science were put there to create the character Jesus. We can track from Amenhotep I to even in the Hasmonean lineages, Yahshua ben Pandadar, but we're tracking Star King listings. This Star King listing came all the way through Ethiopia to His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie. So as we look at the stories and we see that there's an equivalence of Melchizedek or the king priest orders of ancient days in exact alignment with the Cushites, with the Cushite Ethiopian. So now this biblical character, Melchizedek, who is a kingly priest in the land of Canaan, has a son. It leads to a story, but in there is our story, our metaphysical science. Now the questions for us tonight is, with this information, are we clear on our positions as I'm Christian and I don't deal with this. I'm Hebrew and I don't deal with this. I'm Islamic and I don't deal with this. They all pagans and so forth and this. But when we look at the root of what you think you're dealing with, so I appreciate you taking the time to ride with us until this hour to go through this build and this cipher. And the key is to provide this information so that you keep going through the information. But as we look at Balaam and we look at Ethiopia, then now we've found another chord to remove the veils of division and see that they're from Sumer, from Egypt, Ethiopia, and all over. They were one. And hidden in this science is very important because the muthfa, the bread and the wine of Melchizedek, what were we speaking on? And when we said that there was Moses going to Mount Sinai to speak with God, but we found that there was a temple of the 18th dynasty there. But we already discovered that Moses could not have been a historical character because there was no Pharaoh that died in the Red Sea. And so we tracked Moses to Akhmosis or Osar Seth, the Joseph key. It's a hidden key right before us, and Joseph unlocks it all. The Osar Seth, a rebellious priest written off in history. So I hope you take this knowledge, build, study, and find more. Give thanks, Chair. The floor is open.
Yes, Honorable. Give thanks. Beautiful work. You know, and I don't know if the IDEM are aware of the brother called Michael Tellinger in South Africa, a white South African who actually examines the ancient circles and the ancient the same manner and the conical instruments which are made from it. I don't know if the eyes are aware of him, but this is because this is going back. I think this is the origin of the work which we're seeing there in the East. You know, I think it all began down there in South Africa. That's where I think that's why you see even like Ezekiel and that man there, you know, talking about the ancients of Israel. being in the land through the southern wall. You know, he's looking through the southern wall and the ancients of Israel. I think it's Ezekiel chapter 8, verse 13. He said, what does he say? He says, the ancients of the house of Israel committing abominations, something like that, you know? And
Oh,
then in that same verse, it goes on to say that the 24 elders of Israel are committing an abomination where they're praying towards the east. They're turning their backs on the temple. So that means, and we're seeing all these modern Islam praying to the east. We're seeing Christianity praying to the east. But then, you know, I wonder what this. Well, I don't wonder. I mean, I bring this up as a fact. You know that the fact that they should have their heads towards the west, not the east. And the reason that they have their head towards the east, to the west, is because we're where they're praying for the sun to come up. They actually pray where in this ancient knowledge, it is where they begin the measurement, is where the sun goes down. Because where the sun goes down is the knowledge. Because you can't see the knowledge until the sun goes down, and then the night comes forth, and then you'll be able to read the stars and the sun and the moon and the stars and the positions in the evening. This is why Eve is so important, you know. The word Eve, like they call her Eve, because it is the Eve, and that is why Ethiopian reckoning and you know begins in the Eve and goes through from 6 o'clock in the Eve when the sun goes down and comes up. So this is all related, you know. This is so that was a really great program that you've put together there, Minister Lazarus. I give thanks.
yes, I forgot this last piece that he said in the video. Many of you, when you read the Bible, you've gone through this story and you've read of this name. Is my screen showing?
Yes, yeah, it's showing.
So this was the key in that statement about the priest, which they wanted to say was Israel, but we see that Phanis of the Bible is an Egyptian Cushite. He's a Nubian, an Ethiopian, Panahasi. Ain't that something?
Yeah, well, what's really great about that, King, is that Nahasi is the month of August. You know, he's the month after Nahasi is the month of after Hamli. His Majesty's born in the month of Hamli. And then the third month is then the month after Hamli is Nahasi. And also the small name, like as Nasi, like what they call Pagume. You see how you've got Nahasi there?
Mm-hmm.
The name Pagume, the little 5 days of the month in the year,
Oh,
Pagume in
yeah.
Ethiopia, it is actually called by the ancients, it's called Nasi, not Nahasi, but Nasi. But it's the same thing. It's Nhasi, right? And
Yes.
that is what the ancient people then referred to their gods as Nasi. That is when they were born. Those 5 days of the year is when Osiris or Asar, Aset, Isis, uh, Osiris, and Horus were all born in those 5 days. That's where the 5 days of the 5 days of the gods were born. So that is very interesting that you found. I've never seen that before. That in Parnahasi. But if you look in the Ethiopian calendar, you'll see the month of Nahasi, right? Nehsse. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So that is that same month. But also, when I'm thinking about that, And yeah, and then the little month is called Nasi, like it's just a smaller version. But in the Ethiopian king list now, where the age of Amen begins,
Hmm.
where the age where the age of Amen begins, which is 2,455, which goes back right to the pyramid building age, as far as they if they were built, that's the fourth dynasty. What he was talking about there. Um, After the king Amen is Queen Nahasi Neat, right? And that must be the origin of the name Neith,
Yes.
right? Which Neith is the same Hathor.
Yes.
You
Yes.
see?
Yes. The head of.
Very interesting. Very interesting, Russ. That's very great. That's great. That's great. Where have you brought that from, Russ? Where's this? What you're reading from?
Oh, this is just Wikipedia. This is just the or the AI pulled it up. But yes,
Yeah, it's the AI. Yeah. Oh, Finnehash. You're looking up Finnehash. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, man. Great. 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 Yes, King. Wow.
mhm,
Yeah.
hidden right before us, in our face.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very.
Give thanks. Anyone else?
Well, I would just like to say, Russ, once we start putting these things together, it really, it just really blows up it really blows up the whole narrative, you know. And the thing is, what I've actually in my little studies, what I've been doing recently, just through since the eye has given me all this, not only the eye, Rasamdi as well, with the work that the eye is bringing forth. Um, it's sort of altered my perspective to where I've had to rewrite the first chapter of my book again, so I can put it into perspective to bring this stuff into it. And what I found is that the Christian story of this Jesus, I'm telling you, Russ, I don't think they began it. I don't think it was fashioned until after the Council of Nicaea, you know, because even the idea of BC AD and the Easter tables and all that were found in 500 and they were founded in 527 AD, 500 years after Christ
Yes. Yeah.
allegedly born, right? That they've actually put the BC AD and the Easter tables and canon law into place. There was a brother called Exiguus. He was like he was like a priest astronomer for the Roman emperor named uh, um something Tiani. What's his name? Something Tiani. Emperor Diocletian. So Diocletiani, yeah, this Diocletian, and they call it Diocletiani. It was in his reign that they actually that they made this AD and BC period of time. Not so they made it, but it's when they named it, when they started using. That's when that term became used. And and when you go back, that because they actually in that year, us in 527, it was 208. It was year 247 Diocletiani because they started the calendar again in 284
Yeah.
AD,
Uh-huh.
right?
Right.
That was year one. So what we've got there as year one down in the first century, it was actually in the third century, 280. It was in the fourth century, 280. Yeah, third century, 284 AD. They started the calendar again, right? So I think that all this Bible and the idea of Paul and the Christian Paul and all of that didn't. I'm quite convinced that it didn't happen in the BC AD time. I think it happened after the Council of Nicaea. That's when they created it. That's why the conversion of Azana, the Ethiopian king Azana. That's why that is so important in to world history, because like how you just done that thing in the AI, that's what you brought it up from AI. If you put in like the most uh, biggest event of the fourth century, they put down that the Council of Nicaea and the point that and the biggest point of that was that the Ethiopians accepted Christianity and their version of things. Well, I don't think they did. I just think that's a bullshit story. I think the whole of it's a load of lies. I really do. And I've reshaped the whole of my first chapter on the strength of this work that the AI is doing and Ras Hamdi. That I've reshaped the whole of the whole of the first chapter of my book to bring this stuff into it. It's very good, very, very. You're doing great work, Russ. I tell you, it's really, you're what I would say you're a visionary. Definitely, it's very great.
I wanted to touch this here since you hit that. The further enhanced by history of Sumer, the historical records of Sumer run substantially parallel to that of Egypt, dating back to some 3000 BC, with the king's list much the same as to be found in Egypt. Historically, it would appear that at some point in history, elements of Sumerian culture sailed across into Egypt, and that the first dynasty kings of Egypt therefore had much in common with the Sumerian people. David Rohl goes as far as to indicate that the history of these two lands and people can be taken much as the Bible tells the story, with the sons of Noah originating in Sumer and traveling out and populating the world, while one son, Shem, remained in Sumer. This will become more of a reasoned argument later in the book, but for now it is more than interesting to find that two of the Sumerian kings were known as shepherd kings in the historical king list. This is exactly the same designation as found with the Egyptian Hyksos kings, and given the close link between these two cultures, it deserves further study. The two kings concerned were called Lu-Gul-Badah and Dumuzi from the Urk dynasty of kings who reigned from barely roughly 2400 BC. Even more interesting is the fact that the king who is supposed to follow them in the king's list is the more famous Gilgamesh, of whom the fantastic legends of the Sumerian flood, that's why I tell you Genesis is coming out of the English and the Gilgamesh epics, the Sumerian flood, an epic quest into the mystical forest of cedar, is told. The epics of Gilgamesh is thought to be the earliest heroic story ever written, but the historians may be up to 600 years adrift in the calculation, as their chronology is found on a gross misinterpretation of what the story is really about. Historians.
Russ, can you just hold that, please? Let me just interject before you just read on. You see that 600 years?
Give it one moment. Hold up, Cypher. You gonna come in? You about
okay, Russ. Okay.
The historian translated the tale as being a heroic tale. Now, this is the key what goes here after this. I don't want to. For a 4,000-year-old story, the prose is still as clear today as it was when written. If you know the subject matter, there's only one guardian of Taurus, and that is Pleiades, the constellation known as the Seven Sisters, Hathor et Heru. A small group of seven stars that are visible to the naked eye and reside on the back of Taurus. From this elevated position, Humbaba, Pleiades could watch over the constellation of Taurus and protect it. Thus, if Taurus were to be attacked, Humbaba had to be dealt with first. With the Humbaba extinguished, Taurus' back was exposed and vulnerable. Here was the weak spot for the hero Gilgamesh, Orion, could close in for the kill. Now thrust in your sword between the nape and the horn, so that Gilgamesh followed the bull. He seized the thick of the tail, the thrust and the sword between the nape and the horns, and slew the bull. When they had killed the bull of heaven, they cut out its heart and gave it to Shamesh, the son, and the brothers rested. Now, I gotta go over one more. So, about to come right back to you. In the Epic of the Sumerian king marks the word as Gilgamesh himself says, I have not established my name, stamped on bricks as destined decree. Therefore, I will set up my name in a place where the names of famous men are written. On the simplistic level, therefore, the tale can be seen as a standard rendition of heroic deeds by a royal prince, but it is not that at all. Ancient heroes are invariably legends pertaining to the gods, not men. And the Gilgamesh epic is no different. It is the first and foremost a story of stars and constellations. And the allusions are so strong that it is amazing that this has not been commented on previously. The first clue is that Gilgamesh companion Enkidu is described as being a medium. So y'all know we always talk about the meteorite shower and certain other things. But the star of heaven, which descends like a meteor from the sky, which you tried to lift but found too heavy, the cobblestone. This is the strong comrade, the one who brings help to his friend in need. The text goes on to describe Enkidu in the great details. The allusion is quite obvious. Enkidu is a stellar object, possibly even a reference to the star Sirius, the companion star to the constellation of Orion. Gilgamesh, in turn, is described as aiming himself for the coming quest and the battle in the following fashion. Gilgamesh took the axe, he slung the quiver from his shoulder and the bow of Anshan, and buckled the sword to his belt. And so they were armed and ready for the journey. In the stellar terms, the illusion is again quite plain. The axe in the right hand, the bow in the left hand, the sword hanging from the belt. Gilgamesh is simply the Sumerian term for the constellation Orion. This is an epic of the skies and the impending battle of the constellations, and the greatest of all, the constellation Orion, is arming himself to do battle with the cosmos. But Gilgamesh, Orion, does not know the way, so it is only fitting that he needs Enkidu, the meteor, to lead him. Let Enkidu lead the way. He knows the road to the forest of the stars, the mountains of cedar, the dwelling place of the gods. It is at this point that the constellations with the Egyptian history is already. So earlier we said historical, metaphysical, and we understood that these were the concepts that were used. So here goes your bow, your club axe, your bow, your belt, your sword, all on Orion. Then you have Taurus, which is a constellation. So this is why we with the constellations of Orion and Taurus, which became central to all of our cultural ways in science. So here, and this book is called Jesus the Last Pharaoh. Jesus the Last Pharaoh. They do pretty good research in here. Same thing that ends up coming in the Ethiopian Kings list in certain aspects. But here you get Manetho's list, the Bible list, and the Egyptian list. So now you're looking at the names of biblical characters and the character and the name of the historical Egyptian. So you have Salatis, you have Sem, Bushem, Senseret, you have Amenhot the fifth, or Aphex, which this goes very big with us who traced themselves to Ethiopia. And as you go through them, you can see.
You seen a Hesse again there, Russ?
Yes,
Seen a,
yes,
you
yes,
see Sesh, you see Seshi? You see
yes,
that Seshi?
yes.
Well, Seshi is um in Ethiopia, Mashesh Mashesh is the is the refuge, and also Seshat is the goddess. Is the same goddess. She's the Seshat is the consort of Jehuti. You know, that's his consort, Seshat. So you see the same. You see the same correlation there, and you see there. Look at that Sobek again. So good. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Brilliant.
And so that takes us as closing back over. Now thrust the sword between the nape and the horn. So Gilgamesh followed the bull. He seized the thick of the tail. He thrust the sword between the nape and the horns. So we just looked at the constellational movements, and we see that the zodiac of Dendra from Egypt, what we're looking at. So when we even read the Gilgamesh epics, which takes it into Genesis, there's the astrological science that's still hidden there. This is why we have to study the star language so that we can read. So a lot of times we're reading the stories, but because we have not studied the star language, we have no knowledge that we're reading astrological parables. Yes, sir. Rasifa. Yes, that's why I wanted to give you that floor, right?
Well, that I mean, this is the actual thrust of this is the thrust of my book. Was about this. The start is age science. I call it age science. Science of the ages, because that's very well. I mean, that's just pure age science. What you're reading there, it's so simple. Once you understand it's age science, I mean, even down to 2,400, the time of Gilgamesh.
Mhm.
2,400, they say, in Ethiopian English, 2,455 is the age of Amen. That's when the King Amen is on the throne of Ethiopia, as I say. And then following him again now was, as I said, the Queen Nahesi, right? That's where she comes in. So that is the change of the age. It actually changes at 2,455 BC, and then it changes at 200. And so talking about the 600 years now difference, you've got it actually changes at 289 BC, right? Where it changes from the Aries, which is the ram. It changes from the ram to the fish in 289 BC. Well, this is when the Greeks come into the story. So
Right.
from the time the Greeks come into the story to the time of to the Nicene Council, it's 600 years, right? So this is when you see this 600 years that this comes out, is because this is where the Greeks bring their story into the picture, because there's nothing wrong with the Bible, is the stories. It's only when you try to put the stories into this historical time frame which they've given to us.
Mm.
But if we change the time frame, and I'm talking about by hundreds of years, it actually works, because you'll see even this guy who's written this book here, who you're talking about, David Rowe. He's a professor of history,
Mhm.
and he's written a book called A Test of Time. But you see, they all work. They're all frightened because these guys are because they're professors, and they work with academic discipline. They're frightened to actually come out too much out of the paradigm of the shoulders what has already been built. So you see this brother here,
Yes.
bro, when he's done it in his test of time, he's trying to date the pharaohs and put their pharaohs. Well, he's kind of changes them by 20 years and that sort of thing. But there's a hundreds of years discrepancy. And this is what, and there's another theory going around, well, I've read it. There's two people who have made it, a Russian and another brother, who say like the Roman the Roman Church has fabricated 300 years of history from the Middle Ages, which is from like 500 AD to 1500 to 1500. That millennium there, there's 300 years of, there's a lost 300 years of history in there, according to archaeology and all of that. So we're definitely onto something, Russ. This year, like, we're sorting this out because there's the whole paradigm that they've based their history upon. It's a falsehood. And this is what the white supremacy is built on. You see, this whole changing the whole dating, because then we can't get to grips with anything. But like what the eye just done there, you're showing this is this Panahas. That is that's another crucial. That is a crucial part that you found there, Russ. That is crucial. That is a point where these are the points that we have to find, the crucial points in history. And where Abraham comes into the picture as well is between the 13th and the 12th dynasty. Well, there was a major upheaval between the 12th and dynasty because the Sobek kings came back into power. That if you look into the Egyptian history, how they've given it to us, they say that around the time when Abraham comes in, around 1800 to 1750, the Sobek Nefru queen became in. Well, that takes us to a different. That takes us to a different. That takes us to a different. That takes us to actually what I've took it down to. It takes us to the reckoning of the constellation of Orion. 40,000. He's got the Orion constellation is between 44,000 and 40,400 and 44,000 and 40,800. That's how long the Orion cycle takes, because it actually is measured by the equator of the Earth. For the equator of the Earth to take for the Orion cycle to take a trip around the whole Earth, around the equator, it takes between 40,400 and 40,800 years. Well, you see that 400 years between the reason is a 400 years not discrepancy, but there's a 400-year gap that it can take is because of the Earth's wobble,
right?
Because of the movement of the axis of the Earth,
right?
Because it moves around it moves around on an ecliptic path around the pole of the Earth. It doesn't, and it rocks over 40 years. Well, the 40 years. It's the 40 years it takes to make this cycle around the top of the Earth there's a magnitude, what they call it, what I always talk about, when you're doing mathematics, the magnitude, it's like 40 is 400, 400 is 4,000, 4,000 order of magnitude,
right?
So it's an order of magnitude from the pole of the Earth around the top of the Earth, around the top of the North Pole, which takes 40 years to make the ecliptic path around there. It's called the obliquity of the ecliptic, right? That takes 40 years to thing, and then that is reflected in 40,000. Between 40,400 and 40,800 years in an order of magnitude around the center of the Earth. Well, where that is measured from, Russ, is where is from 1770. This is where the Sobek queens and kings come in. They come in they come between the 13th down into the 12th dynasty, right? and that is between it's like the 13th dynasty starts about 1980 or something and goes down into 17 about 1750.
Right.
Well, there is where the Sobek Nefru kings come, you know, what you just, you know, the Sobek name comes in because the Sobek is connected with the crocodile. That's what the Sobek are, the crocodile things, because that is a different set of reckoning to what is the 4 quarters reckoning, which is to do with the equinoxes. So we've got the solar and the solar reckoning and the equinoctial reckoning. So and if you see like Taurus is Taurus, the sign of Taurus and the sign of Scorpio is Isis Sera and Taurus is Osiris. Well, Isis Sarah is where you get Abraham bringing the name of his wife Sarah into it because they're giving him a royal, they're giving him an astronomical birth or an astronomical wife, I should say.
Right.
You know, in that aspect, because the name of that Scorpio is Isis Sarah. If you go into the ancient Egyptian zodiac, that's the name of it. So this is where they're bringing Abraham in, and it's to do with the different cycles because there's the quadrennial cycle and the triennial cycle, and the triennial cycle works with Orion, which is the 140,400 years, and the 400 years difference between the Earth wobble makes in the measurement of that constellation of Orion is the 400 years what they attribute to Abraham, where they say that the people are going to go into slavery, you know, which is which starts with Abraham. So it's very it's just scientific, Russ, you know, it's just scientific. But it's the biblical story that's the problem. It's not that it's not the timing's not a problem, but
Right.
is the Western given, and all of these Western universities and all of these professors it's all built on a false paradigm of a chronology, you know. Definitely. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Give thanks.
But what did I see there with Seshi? I just saw Seshi. I just saw it. What's that? Abraham. You see how Abraham's linked there with Seshi there? What's the link there with Abraham there with Seshi? How did Abraham link the American system with the fear of Abraham? Seshi met his father, Nehesia Sahara. Yeah, and there's another thing, you know, as you say that, Russ, there's another an Egyptian at the time of the Amenhotep the third, one of his viziers was named Sehept. Listen to this. His name was Sehept Abra. Sehept Abra around the same time. So Sehept Abra, I think, is again in that time of the Sobekis, the Sobek crocodile kings. Sehept Abra, I think, might be the root where they've got this Abraham from. I was looking at that today because I know I wrote about it ages ago, and I found the information that I looked for, you know, because it's in Gerald Massey, the Book of the Beginnings, Volume 1. That he's got in there about, and he comes from Abydos. You know, Abydos is like the water. He's down in like the deep south of down towards Meroe and that side there, you know, Upper Egypt, Abydos, and the watery abyss of Abydos is where they, you know, is where the 10 kings come from, they say, you know, like the 10 kings who they speak about in the Bible in Genesis, the 10 kings, and they came from there. Well, they called that place Abydos. They called it Tinish or Tinis.
I mean the 10 kings from the the slaughter of the kings in Abraham.
Yeah. You know that. Well, that's tied to that is tied to the place of Abydos, which is Thinite. You know, they call them the Thinite kings. You're reading the Western thing. They're calling them the Thinite kings. Well, the Thinite is from Abydos, and it is linked to this same phenomena around the Shenu ring, or around the 40 years at the top of the throne, right? Well, I think that's an Ethiopian thing, because the name Tini, they called it the Thinite kings, or Tini, and the king was who came from there, like who they talk about from Abydos, is called the Prince of Tini. You know, he's the Prince of Peace, like His Majesty, Prince of Rastafari. That's Majesty's name is Rastafari, but it's the Prince of Tini. This is where it comes from.
Right.
And what is the word for small in Ethiopia? Not Tinish, right? Tinish is the small is the word for small in Ethiopia, because it's the small cycle around the pole of the earth. What we're talking about, and that is called the throne. That is where it's the place of the circumpolar stars, where they never set. So like the Ursa Minor, Ursa Major, the Pleiades, what you just showed there, they're the never setting stars. They just continually go around the north, the north of the, the north of the earth, the north pole of the earth. They just continually rotate around it. They're the circumpolar stars, the stars that never set. Well, that is what is considered to be the throne, or the throne room. You know, this is where, when they say God is in heaven on His throne, that's what they're referring to. You know, that's the non-setting circumpolar stars, circumpolar, going around the circumference in the polar. You know, circumpolar stars. That's what they call them. So yes, King, it's really, really, really good work you're doing. You know, this is what needs to get out, because this will actually change the whole. This can change the whole narrative. Because I always say to all my religious brethren, like Ras, from the Jewish, what's he called, the Hebrew Israelites, not Hebrew Israelites, the Ras there, he published my book for me, what's his name? Rasai Adonis, who teaches the Hebrew thing, like Hebrew Israelite, Rasta Israelites, and all of them kind of things there. What I say to them, you've got to take, because they're very much into the scripture and teaching scripture, etc. I said, but you've got to take that and then put it on this paradigm. And I don't know how it's going to work out, but put your story, how it fits into this paradigm, into the age paradigm, like the Ethiopian king list paradigm, because the Ethiopian king list is a astronomical treaty. I tell you, man, it is astronomically perfect. If you're going to do, when the ages change, you can pick up all the different ages, you can pick up the different measurements of the different cycles, you can pick it all up from the Ethiopian king list and the Shabaka stone, where I've combined them together. I've got a perfect scientific model where the mathematics is perfect. It's not, if you're going to say, oh, well, you're making it up, oh no, because I can cross-reference it to different cycles with different mathematical values where they conjunct, you see. So this is where this is where it becomes very, very powerful, because you can't, I don't care. I mean, the people that I'm quoting, where is like the astronomer, the president of the international astronomic thing, who done astronomical association or something, where all the professors of astronomy come together and they're trying to work out this and work out that. And he did an evaluation of the pyramids in Egypt, and he's come up with certain values. He's saying, well, like, I can find these values, but I don't know what they mean. Like, I know there's a cross being used there, but they haven't got the picture to interpret it. Where I've got the advantage is through the Tawhid of faith. What, following the Tawhid, I've got the inside knowledge what they can't get to, from His Majesty. That's what has given me the edge over them. But when I look at their work, I can tell them, yeah, that's what that means. You know, yeah, yeah, you're right. They've got the number. They pick up different. And there's another one called he's picked up on there's another one. He's one of these archaeologists from from Sumer. One of them are from 1800 and all that. I can't think of what his name is, but he picked up on the values of. He done a evaluation, and he picked up on the values of the uh, Sirius B. He's picked up Sirius B values. You know, but they don't know that it's Sirius B, but it's Sirius B that he's picked up on the values of Sirius B. So we can we're bringing these people's work in to one, validate ours, but also to teach them what they don't know. You know,
He,
which is
uh,
from
Ross,
the tell. Yes, sir.
he has a video on finding Heru in the Bible in the Amharic and the Ethiopic Ge'ez language, which is a very good and powerful video because he exposes the Kemetic title of Heru is hidden in those scriptures through the language. So yes, we definitely have to build with all of our brothers, all of the Idrins and them who are putting in works, and we develop a collective blueprint to bring us out of the veils of illusion that our colonizers and slavers have tried to box our story in to give their self precedent. So yes, we unlock these. That's why I always appreciate when you come in and give us the keys and the star knowledge as we unlock these keys. I will ask if maybe I don't know, maybe next week would you want to go in an extensive discussion on just the basics first for a lot of people. I don't know what I want to say basics. I guess things that you found uh, are keys to seeing the astrological keys in the scripture and the things that they're basis. Like, I know you always try to teach people how to deal with when the measurements of the sun and the moon and stuff come up in the language. How would they be able to determine if it's sun knowledge or moon knowledge or Orion knowledge? And that's where I've been at, is looking at this in a lot of aspects. Our ancestors have uh, spiritual birth, physical birth, initiation birth, the astrological alignments in their time. They might have those written down. So we came from many different perspectives, but I won't go into all that now. We'll just be closing up. But I hope next week, Ross Cipher, you could give us some insight on maybe some of those things, and
Yeah.
and and just give us some keys so that the average minds could have those basic keys to start seeing into the word from that. Yes, sir. uh
Yeah.
Ross Kimmy, are you still on? I can't see the I see the list. Yes, he's still on. I don't know if anyone had a closing question. I know it is Ross Amdi still on? Well, Ross Cipher, if you would like to give us the closing prayer, and then we'll play a tune and close us all the way out.
Yes, King. Give thanks. Yes.
Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Well, another thing, you see, I'll just say, I'll try to explain a little bit of the prayers which I say, because I'm very well tuned into like this whole throne room and the throne, etc. in the heavens. So when I actually pray to see him, to Kedamawi Haile Selassie, through Siyum Expiabi Kedamawi Haile Selassie, I actually now, because of this Mahel Safedi, and the idea of this Mahel Safedi group, which the I has, which this group that I and I belong to, as the Mahel Safedi. I try to every day, I bring these prayers in because this is a central core because we're dealing with the throne. So and you see they always say, and you'll hear all of them say, "Oh, Besamaha, we're women fiskadus, yeah, that's good, but that's going through what we're talking about when you're saying that you're talking about coming through the quadrennial reckoning, like the mother in the name of Besama in the name of the Father, Werewolf in the name of the Son, Women Feskedus in the name of the Holy Spirit, Ahadu, you're bringing it down, Amlak, what God, one God. That's what they're saying, bringing down the power of one God in those three names. But when I was anointed to become a deacon, by an archbishop who's a monk, when I said that, he said, no, he said, you stop saying that. He said, you say Baruch atah. I said, why? He said, well, he said, this is you're bringing in the blessings of the Father, right? He said, you're bringing in the best blessings of the Father. Not to say you don't use the other, but you're bringing the blessings of the Father first. So, and so I'll just say, I'll just explain that to the item because I will say it. I say, Baruch Katahab Werewolf Women Feskedus Ahadu Amlak Besema Ab Werewolf Women Feskedus Ahadu Amlak. Now we're going to bring in Melchizedek. Melkaya Haile Selassie Zedekaya. In Ra, that's the path of the sun. In Ra is the path of the sun. In Ra, Ahadu Amlak, bring it down. So I won't go into too much, but I'm going to bring in now what I pray for the Mahel Safedi. Now they come in through the power of the Trinity, so we'll call for the power of the Trinity first. Kedus, 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 Selassie, Kedus, Mikael, Kedus, Raphael, Kedus, Gabriel, three of the glorious seven who stand before the throne of him who lives and reigns. Gather thy legions of angels for the four corners of the earth. Kedus, Uriel, Kedus, Sutuel. Sutuel is the fallen angel who is risen back up. Kedus, Phanuel, the angel of wisdom. Kedus, Raguel Hoy, the angel of justice and harmony. That's the scepter. Kedus, Raguel Hoy, angel of justice and harmony. I thank thee for being an advocate for Amlak's will to be done throughout the universe. I pray thee to help I and I see Kadamari Haile Selassie in his full light and his glory, and others in his light, so I and I can be a force for good in this world. I pray that thou shalt give I and I on this earth the Mahel Safari, who gather around the throne of him who lives and reigns, that thou shalt gather I and I prayers to give continually to the Lord, Sionixiabi Kadamari Haile Selassie, both night and day and night, from eve till morn, from morn till evening, that thou shalt lift I and I prayers up, that I and I shall gather thy children from the four corners of the earth. Kedus, Raphael.
Yeah.
Lead us to those we are waiting for and those waiting for us. O Raphael, angel of happy meeting, lead us by the hand to those we are looking for. May our movements be guided by your light and transfigured with your joy. Kedus, 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 Raphael. Ixiabi has filled thy hand with balm from heaven to soothe and cure our pain. Heal and console the victims of disease, and guide our footsteps when doubtful of our ways. And since thou art the physician of Ixiobi, I pray thee to heal I and our souls of the many infirmities, and our body of the ills that afflict them, if this favor be for thy greater good. I and I plead for angelic purity, that I and I bodies may be fit to be the living temple of the Holy One of creation. Selassie. Yes, I. You know, so that prayer there, that is a to bring in I and I around the throne. This is the idea of the Mahel Safredi, you know, like we are around the throne of him, and those are the angels surrounded around the throne of him, and they're the seven powers around the throne. They're the Seshat, you see, which they call the seven stations of the cross. So yeah, I just wanted to explain that to the item. You know, these are the prayers where we can gather this strength together and concentrate the strength on the earth.
Produce. Yes, I love it. I love it. Vibration, meditation.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
You know, I mean, and I pray every day. Like, I mean, that's only the beginning, but those prayers might, you know, I do that for maybe like at least 40 minutes a day, you know, like, you know, and with a meditation, Russ, it's very powerful, you know. But that is the idea, you know, you can see what the Mahel Safedi is, you know, like this is the earthly, this is the earthly, this is the earthly vibration of the Mahel Safedi, using the, you know, that we can spread out to the earth, and we will gather these people that we need, you know, to do this work, Russ, because this is the nucleus, you know, the eye, and the eye, Russ. I pray for the eye every day. I tell you, man, and Russ Amdi and all the other brothers in there, Russ Kimian and Daniel and Sister Joy and Sister Queen Afia, you know, because this is, if we can get this together, Russ, this is the power, you know. This is the power core. This is the core power, you know. And I give thanks for, and I'm honored really to be amongst the item, you know, because you're visionary, you know. I can see the strength. So yeah, man, that's that. And then I will just say, I'll just bring it with the last prayer, just to show that, because the Lord's Prayer, our Father who art in heaven, right? Well, there's a female part of it. And what I've done with that, I brought the female part, and I'll show you. It says, Our Father. So I don't just use the female part. I will use the male and the female. After doing the male, Our Father who art in Holy Mount Zion, which I say in Amharic anyway. But in this one now I say, Our Father and Mother who came unto earth, hallowed be thy name. Kodamawi Haile Selassie I Tegumeninai. Thy kingdom has come, thy will shall be done in I and I, as it is in thee. As thou sendest thine angels each day, send them to I and I also. Forgive I and I all thy iniquities, as I and I atone all thy iniquities against thee. Lead I and I not into sickness, and deliver I and I from all evil. For thine is the earth, the health, and the body. Living ever faithful and ever sure in the love of Kiddush Selassie Jah, Rastafari. Siyum Kadamawi Haile Selassie, light of this world, Bahani Alem, Kedani Meheret, Poeti Mizrak, Talakumari. Now, what that is, Kedani Meheret is the covenant of mercy. Poeti Mizrak is the gate of the east. Talakumeri is the great leader who rules in his way, by his right and by his will, for the merriness of the people. You know, that's if you see the video, if you any of the item, they can look at the video on the YouTube, Talaku Meri, and it's His Majesty's 25th anniversary. You know, the Silver Jubilee dinner, the meal, the feast for, you know, that they had for the celebration is called Talaku Meri, and that's what it means. The great leader who rules in his way, in his right, by his will, for the merriness of the people. Yeah, man. So I give thanks. Light and power be with everybody. And let us close that, you know, let this be on this powerful bill. Give thanks, Raz Lazarus.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
that His Majesty has given to the eyes intelligence. It's very, very, very wonderful. Giving thanks. Highly eyes.
Highly high, highly high. Roski, man, you want to play the anthem and close us out, or I should play it?
I don't think he's there.
Yeah, I think he fell. I'll play it. Close us out. Thank everybody for joining us. We look for you next week to join us again. Again, we just asked Ross Cipher to come in with a full build to help you gain the visions and knowledge to be able to see some of the things that we're talking about. But thank you again. Thank you.
It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods come to be. Like bees to a hive, swiftly gather, your children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless fight, who keeps Ethiopia free. To advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness leading. We hail to our God and our King, humanity pleading, one love for us all. Ethiopia, the tyrants are falling, who once smote thee underneath. And your children are artically calling from over your distant sea. Jehovah, the great one, has heard us. He has come to protect us from wrong. He has sent his holy angels to guide us and to protect us in this land. God bless our needless life, who keeps Ethiopia free. To advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness pleading. We hail to our God and our King, humanity pleading, one God.
time. Have a blessed night.